Hello fellow YouTubers, welcome to another exciting web development tutorial by me. Apologies, I've been away for so long, but I've got good news for you. I'm preparing something great that I'll showcase with you in the upcoming videos. Right, so in today's lesson we've got a beautiful application that we have. So this is an application that as a user you can actually go on a multi-vendor platform and be able to book your driving lessons or your learners driving lessons, right? And this is what we have here, right? It's called Moto, right? Don't worry about the design, but I'm going to show you the functionality thereof, right? So this is the platform. Once you land there as a user who would like to have driving lessons, for example, you just select the available instructors which are close to you, right? For example, here like says instructors near you, you can select which one you like. You can even view their profiles. Like for example, if you click view, you'll be directed to a page which is like this. You can be able to see more details about that particular instructor, right? In terms of their biography, their certifications that they have, right? Also, you can be able to see their contact details such as an email, their rating, and you can be able to make a phone call to them, right? You can be able to see the transmission type they actually offer, like for example, is it a manual car or an automatic car? And you can be able to see the years of experience as well, right? Okay, then you can also be able to see the cost per lesson. Like for example, a driving lesson cost, how much does it cost per slot, right? So per slot we're actually saying per hour or per 45 minutes according to that instructor, right? How much does it cost? And you can be able to check and select which areas does this particular instructor serves, right? You'll be able to see them here as well, right? So let's say you are here now on the instructor, you're here with this instructor and you would like to book a driving lesson, for example. Like you can see here, select a lesson type is driving. It's on the 2 of July 2024. You can see there's nothing here to select. Let's say if you go on the 3rd, you can see there's something that you can be able to select on the 3rd, right? And on the 4th, nothing. On the 5th, nothing, right? So let's just come back maybe on the 3rd, right? And let's try to select some lessons. Let's say I would like to do my lessons at 10:00 hours as well as 16:00 hours, right? So I select them. Once I select them like that, you can see they are highlighted, and this button is actually allows me to click it, right? Before you are not actually able to click it, but now you can be able to click it, right? And you can be able to see the time slots you have selected and the date you have selected. Let's go ahead and say book lessons. It says first, log in first to book a lesson, which means we need to sign in first before we can be able to place a booking, right? So for that, we can just click the button that says sign in, and we can sign in with the service provider of our choice. I'm going to select Google, right? So once we click on Google, we'll be directed to Google Auth, and you can be able to select any account that you'd like to use for this particular platform, right? So I've selected that, and once everything is done, I should be redirected to the home page, right? Yes, so let's wait for this to load. Right, I'm authenticated, and I'm redirected again to the home page, but usually you should be directed to the page that you were previously. I'll sort that one out, right? So we are logged in, and let's go again to the instructor that we had selected, and I'll say just open a new link, right? So let's wait for the details to load. Here they have loaded actually, and let me reselect the booking lessons that I selected previously, right? I'm gonna select the 3rd. It's a driving lesson. I'm going to select the times that I selected previously, is 10 and 16:00 hours, and say book driving lessons, right? I can say book driving lessons. Once I've done that, you can say it says booking edit. There's a toast here that says booking edit, and you can actually see my basket is actually a 1 item, right? Let me say I would like to select a different date as well. Let's say the 2nd of July. And this time around it's not driving lessons, but it's going to be learners lessons, right? And for the learners lessons, I would like to do them at 14:30 as well as 12:30, right? Just like that. Okay, this is a learner's lesson. Then I say book learner's lesson, right? I book learner's lesson. You can see my basket is 2 items inside there, right? So let me proceed now to where I can be able to view the items in my basket and perhaps be able to make a payment, right? So let's proceed there, the pay page. Okay. Now we are on the pay page where we can be able to see the items which we added in our basket, right? Okay, so you can be able to see now, like we've got a driver lesson and cost per slot is 20, and we've selected 2 slots. Same applies with the learners lessons as well, and we've selected 4 slots for that, right? We can actually be able to delete the items from the basket, right, or from the pay page. We can be able to delete this, and we're only left with 1. So 1 slot costs $20. So if you say 2 times 20, we have a total of 40, right? At the default payment method, it's a card, right? But you can be able to choose a cash as well, right? Such that when you're done with your lesson, you can be able to pay cash, right? So let's go back to the card and let's just put our details here, right? Let's just put our details for the card, and let's just try to type some random card numbers here, right? Keep on typing, and let's go and put date, right? So this is for demonstration purposes. They're not 100% correct, the details I'm putting here. And let's click pay, right? It says invalid credit card. I'll show you how I've done some validation on that card, right? So let me just put a 4, right? And let's click pay. It means the card number is valid, right? So it's going to fire server action to our back end, and once everything is loaded, you can see now we are being redirected to the what? To the user bookings page here, right? So on the user bookings page, this is what we'll be able to see now. We can be able to see all the previous lessons that we've booked, as well as the upcoming lessons, right? So on each and every card, you can be able to select the sessions, and you can be able to check, like, okay, for this particular booking, which time slots have I selected, and who's the instructor. On the instructor, you can actually be able to make a phone call to them here, right? So this is on the user side of things, right? You can also be able to edit your account on the user portal, right? Edit your account. You can be able to change these details here, update them, and you can be able to view notifications as well if they are actually, sent to you, right? And for that, we'll be using Knock, right? We'll be using the Knock application for sending notifications. You can be able to see, like, recently I just had a trigger here, right, which is called booking placed, right? And you can be able to see the details of the person who sent the details where the notification is supposed to be sent to, right? And for that, I can bring to you another browser that I have on my side here, which is actually the Instructor's portal, right? So on the Instructor's portal, you can see, I can be able to see all the bookings which have currently came in right now, right? And what I really want to focus on here is actually this notification. You can see, hey, it's placed a new booking, view the bookings portal, view the bookings on your portal, right? So the the instructor will be able to see a notification on their side to notify them, like, there's a booking that has been placed on them, right? Okay, so let's focus now. Let's keep on focusing on the user side of things. So this is basically what you see on the user experience, user side of the things, right? Remember, our application has got 3 users. Number 1 is the instructors, where you can be able to book services from them. The services are actually driving lessons as well as learners lessons, right? And we've got a general user. This is the person who's actually wanting the services of the instructor, right? Lastly, we have a user, which is an admin, who's actually the owner of the platform, who will be able to manage that platform in terms of users and other things, right? So right now, before we go to the administrator side of things, let's now go on to viewing how the instructor actually uses this platform, right? So this instructor is actually a person who has got services that he's actually rendering to the public, and these services are driving lessons or learners lessons, something that has to do with the driving, right? So for the instructor, they have to come to a portal. So this is their portal, right? On their portal, they actually be able to add lessons, right? They can select a lesson type. For example, I can choose driving and select a date. Maybe I select a date will be on the 4th of July like that. Then I can be able to add time slots, right? I can be able to add time slots which users will be able to select, right? So this is time slots that I'm available for working, and I'm available to offer driving lessons at these particular time slots at this date, right? So you can see here, selected time slots for July 4th 2024 is actually these times here, right? So once I'm done with that, I can hit submit, right? Once I hit submit, you can see time slot added, right? Once that time slot has been added, you can be able to see it here, right? You can be able to view this time slot, or able to delete that whole time slot, right? Okay, so this is what you are able to do as an instructor, and you are actually able to view bookings as well. Let's say someone has placed a booking right now, like what we just did. You can be able to see their email address and the date that they've booked, and the booking number, and the completion status of that particular booking, right? For example, let me just quickly refresh so that we can be able to see the current booking we just made earlier on, right? So let's wait for this page to load, and let's see that particular booking we did. All right, so we have got a table that we have here, and you can see the sorting is actually from the previous dates, right? But we have got some pagination that we have here. So let's go to the next page, right? The next page, you can be able to see the latest booking, which is the one which is actually below, right? Which is this one, and the status says pending because the lesson is not started yet. This is the lesson that we added earlier on, right? So you can be able to see the amount which has been paid by the user, then the administrator fee is this amount, and my earning as an instructor is this amount that I'll get after this lesson is completed, right? I can be able to see more details of that particular booking, right? It was added on this particular date at this time, right? And these are the times that it's been selected. I can be able to make some adjustments here, maybe to make it, if it's completed, I can say completed. If it's cancelled, I can say cancelled here, right? So let's just experiment with the one that we don't need, which is actually this one. It's still pending, but we can say maybe it's cancelled, right? Cancelled, and hit submit, right? So yeah, that particular booking has been edited and it's been cancelled, right? And let's look at this particular table here, right? It's actually a great table. We can be able to search by email here. So we would like to search bookings with this particular email address, right? You can see, you can be able to make a search on that, right? And we can be able to select which columns we would like to view. We can hide our emails, for example, or hide the date, right? Just like that, something like that. Cool. Then this is our table, right? So that's how basically this table is working. And also the notifications, we can be able to see all the notifications. We can click on them to say they are marked as read, right? Or we can be able to archive that notification, right? So basically that's what we have. And this particular application is also has dark mode, light and dark mode, right? Just like that. Perfect. Okay, so once we are done with the instructor side of things, the next step we need to look into now is actually the administrator side of things, right? So for the administrator side of things, if you're an administrator, if you log in and come on the home page, you will have this option that says administrator, right? For a vendor, you have an option that says portal, right? So let's go to the administrator dashboard and see what's there, right? Let's wait for it to load and let's see how it looks on the administrator dashboard. Right, we are now on the administrator dashboard. Right, if you come on the dashboard, for now there's nothing there. Right, so this application, it's not 100% complete, but it has the main elements of it. Right, so the rest you can finish on your own, like just putting charts here. It's simple to do that. Right, yes. So let's look into the administrator dashboard. You can see even the navigation here is different from the one that we had for users as well as instructors. Right, so let me go to the users, for example. Right, if I go to users, you can be able to search users by email. Right, and you can be able to check the role of each user. For example, this one is an instructor, then the rest are like administrators. Right, it's an administrator. Right, and you can actually be able to edit a role for that particular person. You can change it to admin or instructor or user. Right, just like that. You can be able to make edits, or you can be able to perform some actions depending on what you would like to have as part of your application. Right, so let's go on actions. You can be able to suspend a user or the view instructor's profile. Right, okay, perfect. So let me click where it says view instructor's profile here. It's gonna take me to the profile of that instructor. Right, so while it's doing like that, let's proceed to the next page, which is actually bookings, I'm sure. Right, or rather instructors. Right, so on the instructors, you can see this type of users. Now it's only instructors. Right, it's only instructors here that you can see here. You can be able to see if whether they're active, when they were added. Right, and you can be able to perform some actions as well. Right, you can be able to search them by email as well. Right, so this is the instructors page. Then we can proceed to the next page, which is actually time slots. You can be able to see the time slots which has been added by each and every instructor. Right, so these time slots, there might be a lot of them. So what we'd like to do maybe later on, right, is actually to have a cron job that actually deletes old time slots. Right, but for the sake of demonstration, let's see which time slots are available. So this is a time slot which has been added by this instructor with this email address, and it's been created at this particular date. We can be able to see those time slots which are available. Right, so on the administrator side of things, we're actually only able to view. Right, we are not able to edit. We don't need to worry ourselves with editing. That's the instructor's job. Right, exactly. Right, so once you're done viewing the time slots, you can actually be able now to view as well the bookings. Right, each and every booking that has been made. Right, so on the admin side of things, there is actually more details on the booking. Right, you can be able to see the payment token, if that particular booking has been paid for, and also how much was paid, how much is due to us as an administrator, and how much the instructor can earn. Right, and also the status of that particular booking. Right, and also perhaps more details of that particular booking. Right, you can be able to see who's the instructor, and when was this booking created, and all other information that you might need. Right, perfect. Right, so that's the application, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and now create this application from top to bottom. Right, I hope you enjoy. Sharp. All right, let's look into the tech stack that we're going to be using for our application. So we're going to be using Nextjs, the app router. Right, and also for the UI, we're going to be using Shadcn UI. Right, it's pretty nice and clean to use. Right, and also for authentication, we're going to be using Authjs, and for the icons, we're going to be using React icons. Styling, we're going to be using Tailwindcss simple, and we're going to be using pretty as well to just prettify our code looks like. For the database and the ORM, we're going to be using PostgreSQL, and the ORM we're going to be using Prisma. Right, and also one of the main packages going to be using is datefns for our dates, handling our dates, and also day.js. Right, so we're going to be making use of those. So these are the main packages going to be using, and of course it's React. Right, yes, it's React, so we're going to be using that as our main packages. Right, Let's quickly go ahead and actually now do the installation of our project, and let's just get started, right? So on mine, I'm just gonna install it on the desktop, right? So I'm just gonna open my terminal and use this command that we get from Nextjs, npx create next app, right? Let's proceed to do that, right? We want to proceed, yes. Okay, what's the name of your project? I'm just going to say it's called Moto. This is a YouTube, right? Just like that. Would like to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint? Yes. Tailwindcss? Yes. Would like to use source direct? Nope. App router? Yes. Would you like to customize? I'm just gonna say no, right? So it's going to quickly create my project here, right? So let's wait for the dependencies to install, and I'll just go ahead and open my project, which is on my desktop here. Once the installations are done, what I'm going to do next is just open the project in my favorite code editor that I have on my desktop, right? So once that is opened, there is my code editor, right? And I'm just going to do a couple of cleaning. For example, the title, I'm going to change it to Moto, and the description to drive lessons, and I'll just remove the class name here in the body, just everything to be clean like this, right? And what we like to do next is actually to have Prettier installed on our application, right? So I was just following this blog on this particular URL link right here. I would like to have automatic class sorting with Prettier, right? So whenever I type my Tailwindcss, right, like for example like this, it will be automatically sorted according to order of importance, right? So I'll just go ahead and install these dependencies on my project, as well as have this in my Prettier's .rc file, which will be actually installed on the on the project, right? So let's look into how we can be able to do that, right, and have that installed, right? So let's proceed and be able to do that, right? With Prettier installed on my application, on my project, sorry, right? Then the next thing we would like to have there is actually to try to do this node eval this command here, right? We'll need it on our project, right? Once we did that, we press enter. What it's going to do, it's going to create this file here on the root of our project, right? So inside that file now, inside here, that's where we need to actually add these lines here, as we're instructed on this blog here, right? So we need to add this, right? So let's copy that and quickly go into our project and let's add that, right? So this will make sure, like any in any order that we type our Tailwindcss, this plugin is going to quickly and simplify the readability and format it in a more readable way for us, right? Okay. We actually need to have this installed as a dev dependency as well. This plugin, we need to have it installed as a dev dependency, right? So just following this blog, right? Just following this blog here. We need to install it as a dev dependency, just like that, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to install a lot of these plugins and dependencies that we need, right? So for that, I'm just gonna add them here on a code editor like that, right? Then copy this whole line, right? So what I'm doing, basically, I'm installing all the other dependencies that I need quickly, which is React icons, React autos, definite, date, FNS, DJS, Nextauth, Prettier, and Prettier plugin, right? So just in one go, I'm just going to say npm install all those, right, and press enter, right? So let's wait for them to finish installing, then we'll come back again. Next on the line, once you're done all these installations that we need to do here, let me just please click close that, and let me switch to git bash, right? I'm just going to use git bash here, right? And next on the line, what we need to do is actually to have Shadcn for our UI, right, installed, right? So we go on Shadcn documentation here. On installation, we're going to select Nextjs because we're using Nextjs. So we've done this, we've created our application already. So what you just need to do is to run this command here to initialize our Shadcn, right? So we're using npm. Let's select npm and let's go to our code editor and run that command, right? Let's wait for it to install, then we'll come back. Okay, so there's Shadcn asking us, some of the, commands we should agree to. So I'm just going to leave it to default here, right? For example, here it says what you want to use. I'm going to say default. We're going to leave it slate. CSV, I'm going to just say yes to everything, right? Then what Shadcn will do, it will create a components folder for us, as well as a lib folder here for us, right? So that's been created for us. So inside we've got utils, and in the components we'll have our UI subfolder inside there, right? So let's wait for it for everything to install, then we'll proceed from there. Right, so Shadcn is finalized installing, right? So we can see also we've got a components folder that has been created for us here, right? And yeah, basically, and also an edit inside our global.css here, right? So we'll come back to fix some of these things later on, right? But for now, before we proceed any further, what we just like to do is to just quickly go onto our GitHub, right? So every time when we do make changes, let's quickly make sure like we commit our code to GitHub, right? So I'll just go to our GitHub and I just say new. We just need a new repo, right? So this name of the repo is called moto. I'm just gonna say moto YouTube, right? Just like that. I'll just leave the rest like that. Okay, create repo. All right, so we need to run these commands on our what do you call it, on our terminal, right? All these commands we need to run them here. Okay, so let me go back to my terminal on my studio editor, right? I'll just say make sure you have Git installed already, right? Make sure you have Git installed, and if you know how to work with Git, make sure you search some YouTube tutorials on how to work with Git and GitHub, right? So for now I'm working with Git. I'm gonna add everything to my GitHub, right? Right, so I'm just saying git add everything just like that. Okay, then I'll paste all the other commands I got from GitHub, right? Okay, I'm gonna push origin main. Yes, I'm gonna say yes. Right, so this is very important, so that any changes that we make sure like it's pushed to GitHub, right? So I cleared everything. Then if we go to our GitHub, right, and if we refresh here, then we should be able to see the project that we have actually have installed here, right? So we're gonna make some cleanups on the readme file later on, right, and everything else, right? So let's proceed from there now. So currently, if we try to run our project, for example, if we say npm run dev, right, npm run dev, just like that, and come to our browser and check what's happening on our browser. So the project is starting now. Let's come to a browser and just type localhost 2000. Right, so we should be able to see a blank because there's nothing that we have initialized as yet. There's no code that we've typed as yet, right? So the way we're going to be doing this is that I want to be focusing much on the styling and the design side of things, right? So I'll give you the code maybe for a header, how it's styled, right, and everything. I'll give you the code, and I'll just focus mainly on the functionality of it, right? Because if I have to explain code by code as I'm typing it, the Tailwindcss, we're going to have a very long session, a very long lesson, right? So you don't want to focus on the minor things. Let's just focus on the major things, right? So it's compiling, and let's just check into our home page. There's nothing there. Even in our layout, there's nothing there, right? In our components folder, what we can do now is just to quickly go inside of it. We'll create a folder inside here, right? In this folder we're going to call it common, right? So this is where our common components will stay or reside, right? Okay, then also in components we can just create another subfolder called miscellaneous, right? This is where our auxiliary, extra components that we might need to reside as well, right? Okay, cool, right? Then inside our commons folder we'll need what we call the header, right? So the header, it's something that will be used with various pages, right? So we'll create that. So for that I'll just create a new file and call it in capital letters header.tsx, right? Okay, I'm using TypeScript on this tutorial, right? I'm using TypeScript. So if you're using JavaScript, just follow along, right? I'm not going to be using complex types here, right? It's just simple, same as JavaScript, right? And it's easy to follow, right? Okay, header.tsx, and I've got my snippets extension installed here, so that when I type that abbreviation RAFCE, it allows me to quickly create a React component just as this, right? So I'm just gonna press enter, and it's actually the header that I'm creating here, right? I'm gonna change the div to header, right? And also the same I'm gonna do here, right? Okay, so once I'm done with that, I'm gonna import this component inside my page right here. I'm gonna import it here. So let's come here and say import header. Import header. My IntelliSense on my code editor allows me to simply import automatically like that, and let's hit like that, and let's hit save, right? We're gonna wait for it to compile. Once it compiles, we should be able to see the name header. If everything goes well, right, we should only be able to see the name header on our page here, right? So there is moto, and let's wait for the header to appear, right? There it is. We can be able to see header, right? Okay, so we are proceeding from here. I'll populate code now inside the header, the code that we need, the styling that we need, right? And we will build from there, right? Okay, now that everything is well set up and running as we expected, right, we're just going to do a quick cleanup and also to also start writing the code, right? So first of all, I'll start with splitting my terminal into two. I'll run the server on the right side, and on the left side, that's where I'll be installing some dependencies, right? So to start with, let's start with the header, right, to populate code there. You can pause the video and actually copy this code right now, right? So just copy this code, and please take note that there's the left side and also there's the right side, right? So this is a flex, right? So copy this code, right? So once you copy that code and you run it, everything is compiled. If you come back to your browser, you should be able to see the left side as well as the right side, right? And you can see there's a shadow on this header, right? So let's look at the completed project. We have the header like this, right? This is the left side and this is the right side. So we're going to be working on that, right? So before we proceed, let's do a couple of things of cleanups. First of all, we need a font to work with, right? So I'm just going to go to Google Font, right, and type Lato. That's the font that I'm going to be using. You can use any font that you so wish to use, right? I will just say get font, right, and my font will be inside this basket sort of, right? So in that basket, then let me just click where it says embedded code. Let's see what comes up, right? Then I'm going to use the word import, right? So I need all this here, right? I need all this inside the style, right? So what we're going to do is basically go now to our global.css, right? In our global.css on our code, that's where we need to populate that, right? So there's a way of using Google Fonts on using fonts actually with the Nextjs, but for the sake of simplicity, just follow along what I'm going to be doing, right? So just on top here, on top of our Tailwind Tailwind configs on our CSS here. I'm just going to copy and now paste that Lato font that I got from Google, right? So I'll paste it there just on top, right? And also there's some of the things that I need to do with this layer base here, right? There's something I need to do with that, right? So for that, let's go to Shadcn UI. Shadcn UI, we need to customize the themes. So go to shadcn.com and go to themes, right? You can see the color theme I'm using. It's like an orange color sort of, right? So that's the same one that I'm going to take, which is this one, right? Then I'll just say copy code, right? Copy code, then you just have to copy everything like that, right? So that's basically what we are copying, everything from there, right? So once we copy it, we're just gonna copy everything, and inside as well I'm just going to define the font that I'm going to be using, right? So the whole code that you need is basically remove everything up to here, and the code that you need is basically this, right? So please kindly note that I've copied this from Shadcn, right? I've copied this from Shadcn, and also I've added another layer base, right? And inside I make sure, like, you know, the font family is actually Lato, right? Or else I can use this other font, right? Just in case. But that's how you need to do it, right? So make sure you copy this code, right? Make sure you just copy and paste this code, right? And make sure it's like this, right? So you can just copy on the repo, right? You don't need to pause the video, you don't need to type it out, right? So once we have that right and running, let's just quickly see how our code looks like on the live server, right? So we're using here, okay, there we are. So I'm running on port 3002 because on port 3000 there is the completed project running there, right? Okay, so once we have that, now let's just now go and work with the left side, right? So we need a drawer like this, right? We need this kind of a drawer that like that, right? So for that, we get it on Shadcn. We go on to docs, right? Under docs we need what is called a drawer, right? This kind of drawer. Then you just go to install that drawer, right? Just click here. I'm using npm. I've copied npm. Then you go to your terminal, right? Then you just install the drawer, right? So once the drawer is installed, I'll just come now to my header on this left side here. Instead of saying left, I'll just have to put a drawer there, right? I'll have to put a drawer. So I have to create a separate component for that particular drawer, right? I'll create a separate component for that, right? So let me populate the code and give it to you. Right, so Shadcn have installed the drawer, right? Just like that. And once that is done, you can see in our UI we now have a new component called drawer, right? So this actually particular directory is created automatically by Shadcn, right? Right, so this is what we're going to do. Inside the common folder, inside components, create a component called sidebar drawer.tsx, right? And once you've done that, then this is the code that you need, right? So you need to import this from our UI/drawer, right? So you need to import all these components, and also you need to have this icon that we get from React icons, right? And also you need an image, right? So for the sake of time and sake of simplicity, you can pause the video and make sure you copy all this code, right? So make sure you type it out. So if you're a beginner, please kindly type out this code, right? We'll also need a logo. We don't have that logo yet, but we're going to implement it in the next couple of minutes, right? So make sure you have this kind of code populated, right? Once you have it, go inside your header where you had put the left text, replace that and put this component here, right? So import it, then make sure you have it here, right? So if you run everything and hit save, if everything runs well, you should have something that works like this, right? Should have something that works like this. So if you click on that icon, you should be able to see a drawer like this, right? Just like drawer like this, right? Exactly. So what we need to do now is to actually populate items here inside this sidebar drawer, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Right, let's work on our sidebar drawer even more better, right? So we need to fix some of the things inside there. In the drawer header, we need to have an avatar, right? So that avatar should have these CSS properties here, right? So this is what I just did. Now you need to make sure you have this. So we added the drawer earlier on, so you need to add a tooltip, scroll area, avatar, and separator. All that you get it from Shadcn, right? So if we go to Shadcn, you can have your separator, you can have your scroll area and other elements here, right? So make sure you have that. Once you have that, then go and populate the code exactly as this, right? So this is the section. You can pause the video and make sure you type out all this. Make sure I also make the color of the text to be orange, right? So all the way from the top to bottom, and also I'll scroll a little bit to the top. It's a client component, as you can see, right? Cool. So once you've populated the code like that, then the next thing you need to make sure like you have is actually to have a sidebar nav, right? So this is a new component, and you also need to have these routes here, right? So inside my commands folder, I've created a side nav bar, right? This is the side nav bar. So basically the side nav bar, this is the whole code. So pause the video, make sure you populate everything like that, right? Make sure you populate everything like that. And if you have any questions here, you can just write a comment in the chat section. I can be able to explain how this code is actually operating, right? Okay, and you can see actually inside there, this side nav bar actually have another component inside, which is a nav item, right? So the nav item, I've created this component here. This is the nav item, right? Let me minimize to the bottom just like that, so that you can be able to see the whole code, right? Okay, so from top to bottom, this is the component. You can pause the video up to here, just like that, or you can just go on the repo and make sure you type out the code, right? Exactly, text in those properties, right? And also there's an itinerary, right? So that when the short tip is true, you need to show the tooltip, right? Short tooltip is true, you need to show the tooltip, otherwise you just need to show this, right? So make sure you populate the code and exactly as mine. Once you have that, you also taking in what we call routes, right? Routes. So these routes, they are the ones which are actually here, right? On the sidebar nav, right? These properties here, it's items, right? So for that, we need to create routes, right? Remember, our application is going to have 3 user roles, right? The first one is going to be an instructor, then administrator, then as well as user routes. What I encourage you to do, just quickly go onto the GitHub, make sure you update your code like this. So you have the routes, sidebar, drawer, and side nav, right? And also the nav item, right? Once you have that and everything is aligned now, just as this, right? Just as this. If you refresh the code, right? If you save and refresh your browser, you should be able to see something like this, right? So you should be able to see something like this, right? You should be able to see exactly like this. And also we will work on the sign out button as well as the dark light toggler, right? We'll work on that, right? Okay, the other thing as well, you can see there's a need for an image here, right? So I also have an image in my code, right? Just simply go on the repo and make sure you have that image. So the image is inside public, and inside public there's an image called logo.png, right? So that's what we have currently, right? So make sure you update your code up to where we are now, right? So pause the video, update on the sidebar drawer. This is the whole code, right? Then you need the side nav bar, there it is. This is everything in the side nav bar. Side nav bar, you need a nav item from the top. Update, pause the video and update up to here. Then from the short tooltip up to bottom, this is the whole code, right? Cool. Then also make sure you've got your routes. the routes code, make sure you have it, copy it from the, it's not going to change from here, right? Just copy it from the repo and make sure you populate it. You can even populate with this, we're going to use it later on, right? So once you have that and everything is updated, then you are good to go to the next step, right? Okay, so before we go to the next step, what we're going to do basically is just to say clear, right? And since we are the only people working on this repo, we can just add all every time, git add everything like that. Perfect. Then we're just going to say git commit, right? Git commit and our message, we're gonna open brackets, and I like to do it like this, open square brackets, and this is a feature, right? You can just write like feature, close, right? And say added a sidebar navigation, right? Nav, just like that. Cool. Then you close the course, then you press enter. Exactly, so everything is just like that. And let's push to GitHub, right? Say git push, right? Perfect. Okay, so let's look into the completed code and see what we need to work on, right? We'll work on these buttons later on, but let's just go and now work on the right side of things, right? So on the completed project, we have an avatar, we've got this bar icon as well as this, right? So let's make sure we have this. So this is how it looks like on a completed project. We have something like this, and also we have this button here, and also we've got the pay, right? Cool, let's go and work on that. Right, to modify the right section of our header, what we need to do is to have a div like this, and inside we've got these children, right? We need to create a component called avatar nav, notify btn, and basket item, right? Those three components, right? So let's start with the avatar nav. There is the avatar nav code, right? So what you need to do, go back to Shadcn, make sure you add a button drop down menu, right? We need that. So I've imported the drop down menu as well as the button. We also need a link from Nextjs, and also we need to import the avatar we installed earlier on, we added earlier on, and a couple of icons from React icon, right? So our function, we're just going to say export function avatar nav, and this is the code that you need, right? So pause the video once again, make sure you populate that code, right? Make sure you have that code just like that, exactly. So from here, drop down menu up to here, then make sure you have all these in your avatar nav, right? Okay, so once you have that, you can go back now to the next item, which is a notify btn, right? So in the notify btn, what we just need to do, make sure it's a client component, right? I'll show you later on how it works, but just put a div inside and an icon that you get from React icons, just like that, and just make the size 24, perfect like that. Then you need to create a small component, sorry, called basket item, right? It's basically a link, right? It's a link. Okay, let me just remove these. Okay, so it's just basically a link, and it has got an icon as well as a span, right? Just like that. So make sure you update your code, and also make sure you have that, right? So once you have that, you can import now in your header, right? Import all those three elements, right? Just like that, all those three components, just like that. Import them here, and you have them here. Hit save, and once you hit save, you should have a right section of our header which looks like this. So if you click on this image here, you should be able to see a drop down, right? You should be able to see a drop down like that, profile admin, and also you should have this icon as well as the basket item, just like that. Okay, so basically we are done with what we wanted to do as our completed project, to make the right side as well as the left side, and we have updated the components just the same way we wanted to see it on the completed project, right? Okay, so the next thing we need to work on is just basically the hero section here, right? we just need to work on the hero section, right? So before I proceed to that, I just want to show you something I did just for the sake of clarity, right? If I have to minimize my screen just like this and toggle the sidebar, you can see there's a scrolling effect that is here, right? So that's the reason why on our code on the sidebar drawer we actually have a scrolling, right? Where did we put it? I think in sidebar nav. So we have this scroll area, right? That's the purpose of it, right? So let's proceed now to just work on our completed project, right? So this one is taking long to load, but we just work on the hero section, right? So let's go ahead and work on the hero section here. If we look at our completed project, this is what we have as the hero section. Nothing complex, right? So what we're going to do is basically to have this, right? This image and this text, right? So for us to do that, let's go and update our code, right? So inside the page, right, the main page, right, the landing page, we just need to import the hero section inside there. And on the hero section, we need to create a new component. That one, we're going to put it inside a home folder, which is inside the components folder, right? So let's create, right? So keeping scalability in mind, on the home page, usually there's a lot of things like, your page nation, components, and also your filtering and sorting and all those things which form part of your component, right? So I just decided to group that particular section of components into something called home, right? So inside there, we need to create this component called hero section, and this is basically the code that we need, right? Make sure it's a section, and inside you can see these images, right? So for that image, I've created a folder again inside public image. Then the image is called car.png, right? And you just write this text according to how you like it, right? Just like that. When you have updated your code just as mine, go to your project which is running, and there it is, it's updated. And let's make sure like it's always responsive, right? So let's activate the mobile view here, right? So there is our mobile view, and let's make sure like everything is responsive, right? So on a mobile phone, this is basically how it looks like. We still have our avatar here, right? Our avatar and the drop down as well as the drawer is still here, it's still visible. So this is fine for a mobile view, right? Okay, so what we need to do now from this point is actually now to work on our authentication, right? So we need to make sure like users are logged in, and also make sure like we create our tables for the database, right? For that, we're going to use Prisma Authjs, which is Nextjs, and PostgreSQL, right? I'm going to be running PostgreSQL on my local machine, right? But if you use Docker, you can use Docker. You can run your database in Docker, right? So let's go ahead and do that. All right, let's start with Prisma, right? So go to prisma.io/ORM, right? We're using the ORM. Make sure you are there on the ORM. Then you can just click here where it says quick start, right? So once you're on the quick start, we're just going to follow what they're telling us here, right? For example, say create a TypeScript project. We've done that already. We have that. We have all the tabs installed, right? Everything initialized when we set up our Nextjs project, right? So the next command we need is just basically this one, right? So let's copy that. We go to our project, right? We go to our project, and in our terminal we just paste that and make sure we run that, right? So let's make sure like we have that, right? So let me go and copy it again for simplicity. So I'm just doing this for beginners as well, right? I'm not just going to assume like everyone knows how to do what we're doing right now, right? So let me remove that, and let's just paste this and press enter, right? Let's wait for that to actually install Prisma. So please note that we are actually installing a Prisma as a dev dependence, right? So what Prisma does, it's a tool that makes it possible for us to it will write some SQL queries for us, right? So we don't need to worry on writing complex SQL queries. Prisma will do that for us. But under the hood is actually SQL queries which will interact with our database, right? We'll see that in the future, right? So while that is installing, let's go back again and see what's the next command that's required. It says npx prisma init. We need to initialize Prisma, and we can specify the data source provider we're gonna use, right? So what is your database you're gonna use? For us, we're just gonna run this command because we're going to use Postgres, and by default Prisma assumes that you're going to be using a Postgres database, right? So let's come here, right? Okay, we're going to pause the video. Once this installation is done, then we can proceed with the next step. Right, that's done. And now let's run npx prisma init, right? So please take note of what will happen here, right? What will happen on our project, right? On our on the root of our directory here, right? On our project here, right? So let's run that command and see what happens. Okay, npx prisma init. Right, so once that is ran, right, everything is ran, you can see there is a directory which has been created, right, which is Prisma, right? And inside we've got a Prisma file, right? So inside Prisma file, like I told you earlier on, Prisma is going to assume that we use PostgreSQL, right, as a database. So this is exactly what we need, right? So the next step now I'll do, I will have to populate some Prisma code here, right? My model is what you call modules. So this is basically what we're seeing here, right? We need to go the next step, which is actually modeling our Prisma just like that, right? So I'll go ahead and do that. Once we've done that, then we can proceed with the next other items, right? Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Right, the moment I ran this command as well, npx prisma init, right, not only did Prisma create this folder, right, only, but it also created a .env file, right? So usually Nextjs use a .env.local, so we can check in our .git, and you can see that according to Nextjs, they only focus on .env.local, right? But we're going to use that one for Prisma that has been generated for us for Prisma, right? So make sure you have this, right, updated. You update your .git, so that you don't push any secrets that you put inside here, right? Or environmental variables, you don't put them here, right? You don't push them to GitHub, right? Okay, so let's hit save, and this U should disappear, right? It's disappeared. It means we won't be able to push this to GitHub, right? Okay, so inside there's actually this URL, right? This database URL. This is the connection string, right, that we're going to use to connect to our database. I'm going to use a local database, right? I'm going to use a local database. So for that, I'm going to have a different string from you, right? So if you are using what do you call it? If you are using Docker, it's the same connection string that you can use, right? But if you are using a database which is hosted on the cloud, like your Neon database, right, or Superbase, for example, the connection string is slightly different, right? But it's not difficult to implement, right? So this is what I've done. I just updated my database URL, right, just like that in my .env file, and also make sure like that .env file is actually added to my .git, so that I don't push that to GitHub, right? So once that is updated, now let's look into our Prisma, right? Our Prisma schema, right? Okay, so looking into Prisma schema, we're going to also quickly take a look at Authjs, right? Okay, so if you go to Authjs on the docs, you can see, you can use it with Nextjs, you can use it with Svelte or Express, right? We're going to use it with Nextjs, right? So with Nextjs, we're going to make sure like we utilize Prisma as our ORM. We've done that already, right? And this is the guideline, right? You need to use at least Prisma 2 point whatever. We've done this already, right? We've done this already. So we need this kind of schema like this, in our file in our project, right? Okay, so this we don't need it, right? We only need maybe the rest of this, right? So we're going to have this and other elements and other modules as well in our database, right? So let's go into our schema, right? I've already done that for you, right? So in my schema.prisma, this is what I have, right? We need a generator, which is a client, right? I've just put this there pre-populated. You just leave that like that, right? So remember our project, we're going to have 3 different rows, right? For that we just need an enum. I just said enum row, then I've populated these, right? And on the user, I'm just going to modify a little bit, right? I'm just going to modify my user module, right? So I will need the ID, name, email, right? The rest we get them from, you know, Nextauth, right? We got them from Nextauth. Let's quickly take a look. On the user, what do they have? ID, name, email, verified, and image, and accounts, sessions. So these we get them from, as well as these we get them from that schema, right? And also these we get them from that schema. So what I just added now, it's basically booking, right? As well as this, right? So active, is the user active? Are they still active on our platform? And also in instructor, right? So we've added instructor. This is some relationships, right? So it's one-to-one relationship, right? So any user can also be an instructor, right? Right. So they also have a row, which type of a user. So the default is actually user, right? Okay. Then this we get it from Nextauth, right? It's got some relationships as well, right? We get it from Nextauth, this, and also the session is we get from Nextauth. This we get from Nextauth as well, right? Then the next thing we need, it's a lesson type, right? So our project, it's a driving lessons, or someone wants to learn how to drive type of a web application, right? So the lesson type that someone can choose is either driving or a learner's lesson, right? And the payment type also can also be either card or cash. You can put more payment methods here according to your application, right? And when someone is booked a lesson, right, that lesson can be either in a state of pending or maybe cancelled or completed, right? Then we also look into a booking, right? When someone places a booking, what do we need? We need to know the address of that person, which is optional. We need to know the date where they booked. We need to know the times they've selected, right? And also a booking number, then the cost of that, payment token, payment method. Is it paid? What type of a lesson is it, right? So we're using that lesson type that we actually created as a enum on top here. Okay. What's the status? We're using the booking status enum here, right? And also we need some relationships, right? We need to know which user is booked this, and also we need to know from which instructor, right, if this particular user booked from, right? So we have those relationships, and this is how we do relationships, you know, with Prisma, right? And we always need this, right? Okay, we always need this. And when you're creating relationships, you can either index them or you can, you know, link them the way we did it on here on the user. Is it on the user? On the account, right? You can either provide 88 ID or you can provide, you know, 8 index, right? I'll encourage you to go on to Prisma documentation and read about how these relationships works, right? So it's another lesson actually, so we don't have to dwell on that. I'll leave that to you to go and read, right? We also need a model for an instructor, right? A user can be an instructor, so we need a relationship as well, yeah, right? And that instructor can perhaps have a different name that they want to use for their professional business, so we need a different name. Like for example, you can be called Timao as a regular user, but as an instructor, maybe you want to be called Instructor Timao, right? And also the need of a phone, there's need of a Slack, image, certificate, right? Okay. I'll need to refactor this in the version 2 of this lesson, but for now I'm just going to put the cost of a driving lesson on the instructor as well, the cost of a learner's lesson on the instructor. But usually this should go in the time slots, right? Okay, then also there's a relationship. Each and every instructor will have some bookings made under their profile, right? So we need that relationship. And also an instructor have got a specific areas where they like to save their clients, right? You can specify that, right? Then the rest is straightforward, right? Also time slots, right? Time slots, there's a relationship between the instructor and time slots as well. So let's look in instructor. There should be time slots. Yeah, there's time slots. That's the relationship, right? So an instructor can actually go on the platform and specify which time slots they are available for a particular lesson. So this is what this table is doing, right? So make sure you update this schema, right? Make sure it's exactly like that, right? If you want to tweak it around and play around with it, it's up to you, right? But I'll encourage you to just tweak it as mine. There's a lot of refactoring that can be done here, right? But for the purpose of working and moving forward, let's proceed from here. So go on to the repo, update the schema is according to mine, right? Okay, cool. Once we are done doing that, let's go now into the documentation of Prisma and see what was the next step we wanted to do, right? So once we've done that, right, run a migration to create your database, tables with the Prisma migrate, right? So basically you need to do this, right? I'm going to copy this command, right? Let me just copy the whole command just like that, right? Just like that. And ladies and gentlemen, I do have my Postgres already running on my local machine, right? So you can go to Postgres and actually make sure like you have got a version of a client actually, or a server, right? A server of your database running on your local machine, right? So let me go to my project, and inside here I'll just run this command, right? Okay, so this is to turn these modules into SQL queries or SQL, right? Let me run that. You can pause the video and come back once this is done. All right, that command is fully ran, right? So this is what it does. It looks into my environmental variables and check the connection string that we created earlier on, right? So once you check that connection string, then it ran all the migrations. It's applied the migrations, because this is the migration where it's created here, right? The name of it was called init, right? Once everything is ran, it creates an SQL, right? So inside here you can see there's migration.sql, right? And once that is run everything, what also happens under the hood is that a Prisma client is created, right? You can see here a Prisma client is created, right? And let me check into my package.json, right? I'm sure Prisma, yes, there you go. Prisma will automatically install this on my behalf under dependencies, right? So this Prisma client is the one we're going to be using to interact. It's like an engine. It's like a bridge that makes me my code to be able to communicate with my database, right? Perfect. So once that is done, and you can see now we don't have to write SQL queries on our own, right? Otherwise we could have written this on our own, but basically we just used our code, right, that we're familiar with to help us to create this SQL, right? Exactly. So it's created for us. So the next time you can update your schema, here. You always need to come back here and run that command to migrate as well, and give it a name. You can say maybe version 1 or version 2, right? So once we have the schema set up and everything running, what we need to do now before we move to the next step is actually go and actually push to GitHub. So you can say git add. We're gonna git add everything because I'm the only one working on this particular project, so I don't mind, right? Say git add all, right? Once we add everything, then I'll say git commit message, then I'll open brackets, open square bracket. It's also a feature, right? It's also a feature, close it like that, and say edit Prisma schema, right? Edit Prisma schema. And what else did we add here? Yeah, and home components, just like that. Let's close it, right? once everything is committed, right, to Git, then we can push it to GitHub now, right? Then say git push. Right, so let's move forward now to deal with Nextauth and make sure like we have authentication set up, right? To have our authentication running, let's look at the documentation, right? So we just go to auth.js under installation. Make sure you select Nextjs, right? Nextjs. Select Nextjs. There's Nextjs here. So you need to have this, right? So let's quickly copy that command and let's run it, right? Let's run Nextauth at beta, right? There are a couple of things that we need to do as well, right? So let's wait for that to fully install and we'll come back to the record. Right, that is fully installed, right? We've added Nextauth and we can see it in our project. There it is, Nextauth there, right? Then let's go again to check the next step, setup environment. So let's run this command as well. So let's go to our terminal, run that command, right? We only need it once, right? Let's run it. We're gonna have a secret, I presume, right? So once that's cooking, let's check into, so you need a secret as well. Alternatively, you can use the following for Linux or Mac OS to generate a secret, and you need this inside your environmental variables, right? So let's copy that and put it in our environmental variables, right? Need to install the following packages. I'll just proceed and say yes, right? Just like that, and let's see what's going to happen here. All right, so what happened is that Nextauth actually created a different M file, which is the local one, right? And it populated this secret for us, but I'm not using that. You can leave it there, or you can either follow me what I'm doing, right? Me, I would just like to put all my variables in this .env that has been created by Prisma, right? And I'll just leave the env.local, or I can just remove it, simply remove it, right? You can just simply remove it just like that. You don't need it, we only need this, right? Okay, so once we have that, let's follow the next step of what you should do, right? So the next step, we have this, we have the secret already, right? And we can look into what is needed extra. So the next thing you need to do, you need to create an auth.ts at the root of your app, right? So at the root of our app, we need to create this. So let's go to our code editor at the root here, right? That's where we need to create this file. So that file is called auth.ts. Since we're using TypeScript, auth.ts. And what do we need to populate inside, right? What we need to populate inside is basically this code here that we have here, right? So we're going to tweak it. We're going to tweak this code to match our project, right? So let's copy it for now. Let's go to auth.ts and let's paste that code, right? So for the sake of tweaking, I would like to do a couple of things, right? If we leave it like this, we don't have an adapter, right? So that our Nextauth should communicate with Prisma, we don't have that adapter, right? So for that, let's go to the documentation under Prisma here, right? We'll need this, what is called auth Prisma adapter. We'll need that, right? So we'll need that. So let's copy that. This we have already installed already, Prisma Dev, right? And everything we have already done. What we just need is this adapter, right? So let's copy that and go to our project, right? So on our project, let's say npm install, then we're going to install that Prisma adapter, right? Okay, perfect. So while that is installing, let's tweak here what we need to have here, right? Let's tweak what we need to have. So what we need to have in our auth.ts, we need to have an adapter, right? We need to have an adapter here that we get from Prisma, right? So we need to create a Prisma client in our lib. Here, let's go ahead and create a Prisma client. You can call it a DB or just prisma.ts, right? Just like that. And for the sake of time, this is what I'm going to do, right? I'm just going to populate the code that we should have inside there, right? I would like you to go to Prisma documentation and see why do we do this, what we've just done here, right? The reason is that we don't want to create every instant when you're using Nextjs, every instant on Prisma when we call Prisma, right? We don't want to create multiple instances. So this is a way to address that issue, right? So once we have a Prisma client like this, we can actually import it in our various components we would like to use it, right? So let's go back again in our Authjs, and inside them we'll need an adapter. The adapter, we get it from Auth, what we're just installing, right? Auth Prisma adapter, that's where we get it from, right? But for now, let's just put an adapter here, and we'll need to import this Prisma here, right? It's inside our lib, so we need to import it inside this Auth.ts, right? And also we need to have, okay, let's import it. We need to also to have the Prisma adapter from auth/Prisma adapter, right? While it's still installing, let me just populate the code here. It's fine, right? Then inside providers, right? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a const for providers on top here. Instead of doing like this, I'm just going to put a const of providers just on top like that, right? And inside I'll just do something like this. Right? Something like that. And let me have the providers here, Google or GitHub, right? But for now, let's just start with Google, right? We don't need GitHub for now, and we're not going to use GitHub actually. So let's just put Google, just like that, exactly. And we need this provider type. So this provider type, we can get it from Nextauth/providers, right? So this is how we do it. We say import type provider, right? Import type provider from Nextauth/providers, just like that. All right, cool. Okay, so we'll need this now. We need this code just on top here, right? This allows us to actually map our providers, right? To get access to our providers, right? We don't want an instance when we load our page and the provider is not yet available, right? So let's have this code that makes sure, like, after the page is loaded, right, the provider is already there, right? So you're going to see everything working in action later on, right? So let's have that there, right? And also I've done something, right? I've done something here instead of the page, or in terms of the pages, right? I would like to have my custom page, right, called login. I don't want the default that comes with Nextauth, right? And also when a new user signs in, we would like to do something with that new user, right? If we look into our Prisma, or let's say, for example, if someone signs in with Google, we don't really get access to their phone number, right? So we need, when someone signs in for the first time, we need to direct them to a page, and on that page we just need to quickly get hold of their phone number instead of asking them their phone number when they are doing a booking. So we'd like to do that earlier on, right? Okay, so Nextauth Prisma adapter is Auth Prisma adapter is fully installed and everything's up to date, right? Then the next thing we need to do is actually to follow the documentation here, right? So we have done, what have we done? We're following the installation. We've done this part. So the next part we need to do, inside our app directory, we need to create a folder called API/auth as well. Then we need to just follow exactly as it is here, right? So for that, let's go ahead and do that. So let's go to our code editor. just here inside app, right, the app directory, inside the app directory here, right. So we create a new folder called API, right, API. Then inside API we need to create a folder called auth, right. We need to create a folder called auth, just like that. Cool. Inside auth we need to create another folder, right, which is spread, which is an array with a spread operator like this, right. Spread, we spread the next auth, just like that. Okay, cool. That's a folder, just like that. Okay, then inside we create a file now called route.ts, right, route.ts, just like that. Okay, cool, just like that. So let's see if we've really followed what next auth is really telling us here. So under app, API, auth, then we spread this next auth, then we create an route.ts. Then inside we just need this work code here, right. Okay, right, take this work code. So let's go inside and just populate that work code. We need it here, right. Let's follow the documentation. Then they said we need to create an optional midway to keep session alive. This will update the session expiry every time. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We need to create this file midway.ts, right. So let's go on the root of our project, here, right. We need to create midway.ts, just like that, and we just need to have this code inside there, right. Just need to have that code inside there. So let's go ahead and populate it like that. Okay, so that's our setup. The next thing we need to do now is to set up Google, right. We need to set up Google so that we can be able to use Google for logging in, right. So let's do that in the next step. Right, to use Google you need to make sure like you have access to a Google Cloud Console, right, and there you can be able to create a project. There's a lot of lessons and tutorials on YouTube on how you can be able to do this, and also I've my I have previous tutorials that I've done with regards to this, right. So make sure you have your callbacks, URL callbacks, where you can authorize your application to interact with Google. For example, I can authorize my local host to be able to interact with Google, right. And also the ones that I've put in production, like these are my previous apps that I put in production. Make sure on authorized redirect URLs, also make sure like you add this, right, and click save, right. So the other thing you need here is the client secret and the client ID for Google, right. It's just on top here. I'm not going to expose mine, right. So let's go into all auth providers. This is what Google needs. We've done this already, right. We've done this already, and right. We'll do this later on, right. But what we really need on top is just this. We need the Google client ID, and client and the secret, right. So make sure you copy this and make sure you update your env file, right. So if I go to my env, right, in my env file here, right, you can just update this, right. So I will let you to update that quickly, and once you're done, then you can proceed to the next step, right. Okay, by now you should have a .env file with contents which look almost like this, right. Should you have auth secret, auth Google ID, auth secret, auth Google secret as well as the database URL, right. So once we have that on the way, what we need to do is to update our header, right. So in our header we need this, right. We need to have a session now, right. So let's just quickly go perhaps on the getting session, right. To get session, to see who's actually logged in, so we need to do something like this, and it would need to be an async component, right. It needs to be an async component. So our header is like that, so we can be able to use that session, right. And let's go into our code and check what we have, right. So we need the user, and this user we're gonna get it from so let me do this. right? There's two ways you can get from Nextauth, or you can get from Prisma Client. But what we're getting from Prisma Client is actually the whole user object, right? For the sake of security reasons, let's just get the one from Nextauth, which is basically, you know, an object where there is user, image, and the row, and sort of or other things just like that, right? Okay, so now it says the row does not exist on the type of user, right? Let me just do something like this, right? And let's say go to the definition of this, right? So this is the definition of, this is what we get, this is the object interface that we get from our Nextauth, right? We don't have the row, you know, appended to this, right? And at the same time, we cannot get the whole object from from Prisma Client, right? So let me just do, yeah, let me just do like that, and let me just say do this update, and let me get the one from Prisma Client. The one from Prisma Client now actually has this whole object. That's not what we need, right? We don't need all these things here, all these created yet active. We just need the one that comes from Nextauth, right? So let's update and get the one from Nextauth, which is this. We have a few fields, right? And now for us to append only the row to this is what we can do. We can create a new directory on our root of our project here, right? So on the root of our project, let's just create a new directory and call it types, right? Just like that. Inside types, we need to create a new file where we can declare types there, right? We can say next auth, right? Nextauth .t.ts. So we're just declaring some, you know, types there, right? And what we need to do, we need to append the role field to the current existing user type, right? Or the user interface, right? As we have seen earlier on when I checked the definitions there, right? So we need to do something like this. We need to declare a module on the Nextauth, right? Interface on the session. We need to append the user. On the user, we need to append the row, right? And we need to just add a row to the user interface. Yeah, right. Perfect. Just like that. Then we won't have issues here now, right? We won't have issues here, right? Okay. Then let's go ahead now. So we don't need this at the moment. We won't need this at the moment. Let me comment it out. But let's say on our right side, if there's a user, right, who's currently logged in, we need to show this, right? We need to show the avatar nav, notify, btn, or basket. Otherwise, we need to show a component, different component here called login, right? But this should be some sort of, you know, way we can allow a user to log in, right? So let's quickly create this login component, right? And for that, we would like to slightly follow or largely follow what the documentation is telling us here, right? So we're gonna use some server actions, right? We're gonna use some server actions here, right? Like a form like this to create our login button or login form, as well as a logout form, right? So let's go ahead and do that. All right, let's go ahead now and just update our header, right? We need to update our header, right? We've got a ternary operator here, so that when there's a user, show these components. If there's no user, show this dialog, right? Okay, so this is what we have. We've got the dialog wrapper, right? This is a reusable component. So for us to have that dialog wrapper, what we need to do is actually have to add a dialog from Shadcn UI, right? So from Shadcn UI, make sure you go in the dialog wrapper. You actually have this component here, right? So you can see I'm importing a button and also an icon type from React Icons, right? And I'm creating this. So you can copy the code from here all the way up to here, right? Then from the dialog wrapper, this is what you need to have. The dialog wrapper, you need to have a dialog like that, right? So there's also a ternary operator. If it's a button, you need to show a button. If it's an icon, you need to show a button, but inside there's an icon, right? Then inside you just need to have this, right? So this is our reusable dialog wrapper. We'll be using it in multiple, instances, right? Okay, so once we have that, the other thing inside the dialog wrapper, we need an auth form, right? This is how our auth form looks like. Our auth form, it says continue with, then inside we are getting this this kind of an object, right? See this object, it comes with an ID and name, and also it's an array, right? So we are getting that from auth/auth, right? We're getting it from /auth, and we're making the providers which are available to us, right? So in this case, if our provider name is called Google, then we need to show this button that it's an icon, right? It's an icon from React icon /fc, right? So we're using server actions here, right? We're using server actions inside this particular div here, right? But we're clicking a button, right? When you click that button, it's going to trigger submit, right? And this is how we use server actions, and we are waiting sign in from auth, right? Okay, so let's go and check how our project looks so far. So there it is. We haven't logged in as yet, so if we didn't log in, we should be able to see a button that says sign in. Okay, let's click where it says sign in, right? And you can see there's an icon of Google, right? We're gonna use Google only, right? Let me try to click here and see whether we're going to be directed to Google or not. And luckily we're being directed to Google. I'm going to select an account to sign in, right? And let's see what comes up. There it comes up, that. Okay, so this is actually the client secret as well as the client ID from Google that I've been using for multiple projects. So that's why it's got a different name, just like that, right? Otherwise you should be able to say Moto, right? You should be able to say Moto when you create it, right? All right, it's kind of taking a lot of time. Let me go back to my console and see if there's anything happening. All right. All right, so it's gonna take some type of time, but it seems as if we are successful in actually implementing our login session, right? So we have our custom login component, which is the auth form, but we also need a login page as well, right? So let me cancel this. Let me just cancel this, right? Let me just go back and let's just go ahead quickly in our code. We need to have a login page, right? A custom login page, as well as a new user page, right? We need to have that. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that quickly. All right, to create a login page, what you simply need to do is to go inside your app directory, then create a new directory called login, right? So to initialize a page, you just type page.tsx, right? Just like that. Then inside the page, this is the code that we need, right? This is exactly the code that we need. It's not complicated, right? All right, so we need to make sure like we have this. I'll explain this later on. These props, I'll explain them later on what their purpose are, right? So make sure you update your code to be like mine. So pause the video and update all the way up to here, right? Once you update it here, then I'll scroll back, I'll scroll down actually, right? So starting from auth form all the way to here. Once you have populated that, you have got a custom login page, right? So this is a custom login page that is specified in our which file is it? Is it auth? Exactly here, right? So we need, when someone clicks sign in, they should be rather directed to a beautiful page that we've created right now, right? So that's the auth page, the login page, right? Exactly. And also we need another page, right, that we've specified again in our auth.ts, which is the new user. We want when a new user comes on our platform, we need to capture some of their details, right? So their details is actually a phone number as well as a preferred username or a preferred name actually, and also the address, like a physical address where they stay, right? So our new user page now really requires a lot of tweaking, right? But first of all, let's initialize the page. Let's create a new directory inside our app folder called new -user, right? So inside there we need a page. We need to initialize the page. So this is basically the page, right? Take note, our page has got these are the components that we're getting, and also these are the code and file that we're getting from other files, right? So for now, let's take a look at the contact details form. On the contact details form, I've created a new component, right? So this new component, please update your code to be like mine. You need a form, right? So these are all the components and items that I've been installing from Shadcn, right? So starting from here, you need to add a form, right? Let's quickly go to Shadcn and see how it is. So on Shadcn, when you add a form, right, when you add a form, it actually tells you how to build a form, right? It actually tells you how to build a form, and also if you want to do some validation, how you can use Zod, right? So this is everything that I just followed. Actually, I just followed this guideline in tutorial that's here, right, to create something that I really need, right? Okay, so from validations on Shadcn, they're actually doing creating of validation schema inside each component, right? But what I did on my side is actually to create a separate file called Zod validations inside lib folder, Zod validations, right? So inside Zod validations, what we need Zod. So import this. As soon as you add a form, that comes already with a form, right? If you add a form from Shadcn, that is actually installed, right? We also need this library here. This library, we would like to use it to make sure like the phone numbers that you are putting, they really align with the specific country where you are. For example, if you're in Australia, you need to put Australia code here, country code, right? If you are in United States of America, you need to put something like US, I think. UK, you need to put UK here, right? So that you can be able to validate. So this is the code that you need, right, to validate. So what you're doing, you're just you can give it any name. You can say phone validation. Me, I just said Z phone, right? So from Zod, it will be a string, then you transform it. You're gonna receive some arguments and some context here, right? And you can specify which default country you need, right? So this validation here, this validation that you're doing here, along with this library here, it will make sure like the phone that you're entering, the phone number that you're entering, really aligns with the specifics of each and every country that you have specified here, right? Yeah. Okay. So if the phone is valid, right, just retain that phone number. Otherwise, retain a message that says invalid, right? So this is a complex kind of validation that we're trying to do here, right? It's a complex kind of validation that we're trying to do, but let's take a look at that library. I hope they can be able to give us some of how we can be able to perform some validations, like you can see, for example, right? So spend time, go through it and see how they do actually the implementation, right? Okay, so I think this kind of code that I have here, I think I googled somewhere and I saw it from somewhere, right? And also it's got some comments to explain what each and every aspect is doing here, right? So once you had that phone validator called Z phone, you can now come to create your schema. So in my user account schema, I'm only interested in these fields: the name, the phone number, and the address, right? The name should be optional because already when you sign in, there is a default name that comes from Google, so you can leave it as optional. Phone number, you can just put our phone number validation, which is zphone, and also the address is optional, right? Then according to schema, Zod schema and our write schemas, we just need to, if we follow Shadcn, we can see there's need for values as well as the schema, right? So let's go to Shadcn. What we're looking at, see this schema, they call it form schema here, right? And also there will be some values that you need later on down, which is actually these values, right? So here he said z.infer type of schema. For us, what we just did, we did that in a separate file, like here. This is what he did in a separate file, right? So once you have those validations right inside here, we go back now to our contact details form. In our contact details form, we are actually making use of a form, right, that we have added from Shadcn, and also an input that we've added from Shadcn. Please remember to add this library as well that we used in our Zod validation, right? Remember to add it, right? Then inside, what we need to create another component called loading button, right? Inside the common folder, loading button. Yeah, right. So our loading button, we like to use it whenever we invoke a server action, and if the button is in a loading state, we need to be able to show a loader, right? So this loader is kind of like a spinner, right? That one you can get it from Lucid React. This comes pre-installed when you add Shadcn, right? So I can make use of that item or icon rather, right? I can make use of it, right? So our loading button, we also need to extend the React button HTML attributes such that when we go to our contact details form here, for example, if we would like to add some classes to it, we can be able to do it. We can also add some types and also add a loading state here, right? Exactly. So that's why we need such a loading button. So make sure you give it all the props that we need, right? All the props, spread the props here, right? And give it this loading state here, right? Which is a boolean, right? Okay. Once you have that sorted out, copy that, type out that code and make sure it's exactly like mine. Then let's go to our contact details form and proceed, right? So on our contact details form, we'll need to create a form, right? So this form is actually using use form, which comes from use form React, right? Okay, it comes from React hook form, right? So let's create that and say use form. Then inside we take the types, right, that we get from our Zod validation file. We add the the types here, right? So basically this, I'm just following what I've learned on Shadcn, and this is basically it. The only difference is that I've taken this out and put it in a different file, right? Exactly. Okay, so follow all this, make sure you type it out. If you want to learn more how this code is and how it is, I'll just direct you to Shadcn under the form. He actually tells you step by step of how to actually build that, right? Okay, so make sure you populate your code from top to bottom. Make sure you have this, right? Let me minimize like that. Okay, you can type all the way to form here. Pause the video and type all this code up to here, right? Once you type that, then you also need a function, an on submit function, right? Inside an on submit function, we need to invoke our server action. So our server action is update user. So I've written a file called actions.ts, right? We're using server actions. So the server actions, what we're doing, we'll need to get these arguments, which is form data as well the ID, right? Once we get the form data, we can perform some validation again to make sure like what we're receiving from the front end, these values what we're receiving, they are actually the values that we're expecting. So once we have that, the values we're expecting, what we need to do is to use Prisma now. Say Prisma user dot update, because this user has already been created. When we click sign in, it's already in the database. So once it's already in the database, we are directed to the new user page, and this particular user, now we need to update this user, the name, the phone, and the address. We can catch an error here, and if everything goes well, we just need to direct the user to a user route. Right, okay, perfect. Right, so that server action, that's the one that we're going to put in our async function here. So we create a new form data, right? And we need to do it like this, right? Such that we send the key values to the back end, right? And we just say await update user, we add form data as well as the ID of the user, right? As well as the ID of the user. So that's why our contact details form is actually taking a prop of an ID, right? It's taking a prop of an ID. So instead of doing this, we can actually just do this. We can just actually let's do this and say it's a string, just like that, because that's the only prop that we need. Okay, so we don't need to do that. Okay, perfect, just like that. All right, so we'll get hold of that ID, right? So how do we get hold of that ID? That ID will actually get it from here, the page, right? So make sure on your page you also update now your code to be like mine, right? So you're actually getting a session, and from that session you need the ID. So this session is basically the user, the object of a user, actually the object of a user, right? Okay, so we are saying calling get session, and get session is actually a new file that we've created inside our lib, right? So we need to just make one round trip, to our database, right? So we're just importing cache from React here, and we have to do it in this way, right? To make sure like export default cache, and we put our auth inside there, right? So once we have that, that's our session, and that session is a whole user object that we are getting from that database. So it comes with all the details that we need, like your role, your created age, your email, your name, address, right? We need it, so we need it so that we can be able to update it, right? Okay, so we also get hold of the ID as well, right? Also get hold of the ID, and here I'm using string. We need to make sure like we need to specify to make sure like this is a string, the ID that we get from the database, and we're just protecting this route here, right? So if there's no user, right, current user, remember here we said cost current user session. If we don't have that current user, right, so if someone is not logged in and is not a new user, we just need them to redirect them to sign in, so they'll be redirected to our login page, right? And look what I'm doing here, right? I'm saying go to API auth / sign in, callback URL should be the /home, right? So what I need to happen here, right, is that if you're not logged in, right, just go to the login page, and if you are authenticated, right, you'll be redirected to the home page, right? So that's why on my login page I'm actually getting hold of search params, and I'm getting hold of this parameter that says callback URL, right? That callback URL, that's the one I'll actually put as a prop on the auth form. So the auth form will perform a redirect to what? To the home page, right? Let's take a look at the auth form again. You see, the auth form really takes in a callback prop, right, or argument, right? And when we click sign in here, redirect to will be redirect to home page. So that's basically what we're doing, right? Okay, right. So where were we now? We were right. Let me remember. Right, we were actually here, right? So we need to guard here, right? Otherwise, we just need to show this as well as the contact details page, right? Make sure you update your page in the new user and the contact details form now. It should be complete, right? We have the server action. So let's take a look at the server action. On the server action, we need to, we've discussed about this server action already. So we have this for code. So update your code now from here down, and also make sure you make use of the form that we get from Shadcn. And this is basically how to build a form, right? From Shadcn point of view, just like that, everything just like that, perfect. So make sure you update your code to be exactly like mine, right? Pause the video when you need to and make sure you update. You can see the inputs we are taking is address, the phone, and the name. Okay, so once that you've updated like that, everything should be working perfectly fine. Now it's a time for testing, and let's go back to our project that we have, right? So on our project, we need to be able to, we are not authenticated, that's why we're still seeing this button. We need a way to be able to click here, right? And when we click there, we need to be able to sign in with Google, right? Let's click sign in. Let's just select an account. This should be a new user, right? So if it's a new user, we should be directed to a new user page once we're authenticated, right? So let's wait for that to fully go on to execute, and let's see if we're going to be redirected to the new user page. Now we've been fully authenticated, and you can see we are directed to a new user, and the callback URL is actually this string here, right? And this is the functionality that we are actually looking for, right? So we need a user for the first time when they sign in, right, and they're authenticated. They need to just simply add their name here, right? So I can quickly add in my name quickly here. I can say Timal, and phone number should be maybe 0788, something like that, something that aligns with, you know, where I am exactly, right? Then here the address I can say, right, I can say that's my address, Main Street, I can say Melbourne, right, say Australia, right? Okay, cool, something like that, and I should be able to click and add, yeah, right? If you can see the loader button, right? You can see the loading button, which means it's actually invoking my server action, and I didn't receive any errors here, which means my string, they are all perfect, right? So once that is fully updated my database and updated my details, I should be redirected to what? A user account page, right? Which will be my user account actually, right? For this particular user, right? So let's wait for this to fully update and see how we can proceed from there, right? Let's take a look into our console, right? And in our console, we can see there is a not found page, right? So we don't have a not found page, which means we don't have a new user. We don't have a user account, right? And also there's some errors that we are receiving here, like Prisma is not figured to configure on the age time, right, whatever, right? So once you receive this error and it's really irritating you, what I will encourage you to do is just to get rid, yeah, that's the error we are actually receiving. Just get rid of this middleware, right? Or rather, there are some things that we can be able to do there. Let's see, for example, what we're able to do. Right, we'll see how we can fix it. All right, for the sake of progress, what I just did, let's just remove that middleware which is actually on the root of our project, right? So I've removed that file middleware.ts. You don't see it here anymore, right? There are a couple of things that we're going to do when you're about to deploy our application, right? We're going to make use of perhaps adapters, right? So you can see edge compatibility in terms of this Authjs, right? There's some documentation and some workarounds of what we can do so that we can be able to run our application and also take advantage of edge compatibility, right? You can see even also with Prisma, right? There's some documentation with regards to running our app on the edge, right? Okay, so we're going to do that later on, right? But for the sake of progress, currently we are not yet deploying our application. Let's remove that middleware.ts, right? And you can see I don't have any errors here, right? So we're going to make a lot of tweaking. For example, having these preview features in our Prisma schema.prisma file, right? We'll handle that later on when we are deploying our application, right? So let's now go back to our application, sign in. Let's click sign in here. We're using Google. If you have another service provider that you'd like to use, you can just add it on, right? But for now, we're just concentrating on using Google, right? Let me click here which says Google, right? So I should be directed to select an account to use. I'm gonna select a random account that I've not used before, right? Then if everything goes well, I'm actually directed to continue, right? Then there's our functionality. Since this is a new user, we're actually directed to this particular page, right? Then I can just perhaps quickly add my names there, right? And also a phone number, right? So this phone number is actually compatible with where I am. Then I'm just going to put my address there, right? Right, just like that. Cool, there's my address. Then I'll click add, right? So what would like to happen is basically like when we click add, we should be directed to the user account, but there seems to be a bug that we still need to fix on later on, right? Okay, so let me hit add here, right? There's a loader button. This is our loading button, right? If everything goes well, should be directed to the home page, right? Okay, so that's perfect. And we are actually not supposed to be directed to the home page. We're actually supposed to be directed to the user account, but we'll fix that later on, right? So as you can see, we are directed to the home page, but we still have those hard-coded details here, right? So we need to fix that now. We need to be able to show a user who's currently logged in and also be able to show their avatar here, right? Perfect. So let's go ahead and do that. To show the current logged in user, what we just need to do, we need to get hold of this user here, right? Who's actually fetched here, and that user will pass it as a prop to our avatar nav, right? Our avatar nav like that. Then we go to our avatar nav. We need to make some changes. We need it to receive some props, right? Some props, and the user type is of the type user from Nextjs, right? Please make sure you use this one from Nextjs, not from Prisma/client, right? Because we just need a few fields. We don't need all the fields that come from the Prisma client, right? Then you can make some changes, right? On the avatar image, you can make user .image if it's available, right? Otherwise, you can have an avatar fallback. Let's say, for example, this avatar image is not available, readily available. You can just make use of the avatar fallback, right? Okay, so we haven't tweaked our Nextjs next config, right, to allow images from different URLs, right? So perhaps if we go to the browser, we won't be able to see our images as yet, right? Because we need to make that adjustment in our next.config file, right? So make sure you update even the name as well as the email. Make sure you update, and also kindly update this drop down menu item, right? So when the user role is an admin, you need to show this route for an admin. Otherwise, if it's an instructor, the user role is an instructor, show this. If it's just a normal user, you can just show this profile, right? So we haven't changed the role of any user, so we should only be able to see this, right? So make those adjustments, and once you make those adjustments and refresh, and if you come back to the browser, they should be able to see now the avatar image fallback, right? And also you can be able to see the name and the email of the person that is currently logged in, right? Okay, so let's quickly go into our next.config and let's make a tweak in terms of the allowed protocols, right? So for us to be able to do that, we can go to our code editor. Let's go to our next config, right? So inside this, inside here, next config, what we need to bring is actually images, right? We need images. This is how we do it according to the documentation by Nextjs, right? So we're using Google, so the protocol is HTTPS, and this is the host name for where our images are coming from, right? So if you're hosting from GitHub, you also need to put protocol HTTPS and also the host name from GitHub, right? Just like that. Let's hit save, and if we refresh and found a change, restarting a server and applying changes, hopefully if everything goes well, we should be able to see the real image here, right? So yeah, just refresh and you should be able to see that, right? So the next step we need to focus on now, we're done with authentication. So what we can just do simply, while that is still loading, let's go back to our code editor, and as usual, let's add to Git, right? We are done with the authentication side of things. So the next step is to actually build the dashboard side of things, right? So we're going to go inside our app directory and create a route which is for the dashboard, right? So looking into the completed project, right? Let's say for example a user who's currently logged in, it's an administrator, right? So if you come on this here, on this drop down menu here, and you click admin, if you click there, you should be redirected to the dashboard route, right? Just like that. So this is the layout of the dashboard, right? You can see how it is. There are a couple of things to note here, right? We don't have a drawer here, right? It's just this smaller sidebar with icons only, and if I hover on each and every icon, I can be able to see a tooltip, right? Same applies, like we still have this drop down here, yes, and also this icon this icon for notifications, we still have it here, right? So we need this kind of layout, right? So this is a sub layout that you're going to have only on the dashboard side of things, right? So we don't have the drawer like this one, right? We don't have a drawer like this one, although we have got icons here, right? But what we need is a smaller sidebar, which is not a drawer, right? And also the other thing we're going to implement is actually a functionality to log out, as well as to dark and light mode, right? So let's go ahead and implement this layout and other things, right? Before looking into our dashboard layout, right, there are a couple of things that you might need to do quickly. First of all is just to maybe right click and go into your inspect to inspect your dev tools, right? Just perhaps go inside on the application tab, go on the application tab and make sure you delete these 1, 2, 3, those JS names and their values, right? Okay, so once you delete that, then you can just go inside your terminal, right, and just write npx Prisma Studio, right, npx Prisma Studio, and what you do is to open up the graphical user interface on your browser of the Prisma Studio, just to show you the tables of your database, right? Exactly. So what you need to do there is just quickly just to change this row, one of the users that you have, change the row to admin. So you can just double click and say admin and hit save here, right? So once you hit that save, just come back again and sign in with that particular user that you've set to be an admin, right? And once that is done, let's go now into look into our code, right? We've made a couple of changes on our code, right? We've made a couple of changes. So first of all, let's look into this dashboard, right? What we just did here is to create a folder, first of all, the one with parentheses, and write dashboard inside, and another folder inside that dashboard with parentheses, and call it dashboard as well, right? So this is a great way of just grouping your routes, which will be like a lot of routes, right? And there'll be a lot of files there, right? So you can do that with Nextjs, right? And inside we need two files, the layout.tsx and also the page.tsx. Our page, you can name it anyhow that you want to name it, right? For mine, I've said it's an admin dashboard, just like that. You can do the same as well. Then let's look into the layout of the dashboard. Like, this is the layout of the dashboard, not the main layout, right, but the dashboard layout, right? So it's pretty much the same. What we need here, let me just remove this, right? What we need here is just basically those other components that I'm actually importing there, right? You can see we've got the dash header, the logout, and also the route sidebar nav, and the theme toggler, right? Theme toggle component, right, and the separator and an image, right? And let's look into the layout in terms of Tailwindcss, classes, right? You can see here it's a flex, right? So this is the parent element, that's a div, and inside we've got two more elements, an aside as well as a div, right? On my aside, it's actually hidden, but you can show it on a medium screen, right? So make sure you update your code to be exactly like mine, right? Let's take a look at some of the components that we have. An image, we are just displaying a logo here, right? The sidebar nav, we are actually taking in items. We need admin routes here because this is an admin dashboard, right? We need admin routes here. We've done that already. And also we're taking an extra property, which is a short tooltip, right? Let's look into what we've done in the side nav bar, right? We have made some changes. On our sidebar nav, we are taking an extra prop, which is short tooltip, which is a boolean. There we show it here. Then we pass it to a child element, which is the nav item. So instead of saying short tooltip false, we're just saying short tooltip what? Short tooltip, depending on what we receive. That's the changes that we've done on the sidebar nav. Make sure you update your code to be exactly as mine, right? So okay, that's fine. Let's proceed to the next element, which is the theme toggle, right? On the theme toggle, it's an element that allows us to change the theme of our application to be either dark or light, right? So the theme toggle there it is, it's inside the common. You can create that theme toggle.tsx, and this is the code that we have, right? So from top to bottom, you can pause the video right now and make sure you update your code to be exactly as mine, right? So from top, it's a client component all the way to here, right? Then I'll scroll up again. You can now update from const here all the way to here, right? Okay, so we are using a theme called a package called Nextjs, right? And we are using it. We can get our theme values either system light or dark. Then we make sure, like, to avoid rendering issues, like, you know, those hydration issues, we just need to have a use effect here, just like that, right? And also make sure you update your code to be exactly as mine, right? Then we can conditionally render depending on, you know, the theme that has been selected by a user. So if it's dark mode, you know, set it to dark, right? And also we can show we can show different icons and also different buttons, right? So this is a button that we've created here, right? So depending on the theme that has been selected, we render a particular button, right? For that, update your code, right? And once you update your code, let's go again and see what's the next element. It's actually a separator. So a separator, I just added it from Shadcn. So go to Shadcn UI, add a separator, and just give it a class name where there is a margin top to bottom of 4, right? Then we also need a logout button, right? We need a logout button, so we have to create this, right? It comes with a prop, which is with tooltip, right? Let's look into our logout button. Our logout button, there it is, there's the code. It's a server component, right? So we don't need the declaration here to say use client. It's a server component, and we are making use of server actions here. You can see right there on our form, on our action here, we're giving this declaration to say what? Use server. Then we just immediately invoke this function that we get from our auth, right? We invoke it so that we can be able to sign out, right? Then after that is done, we signed out successfully. We just have to provide a redirect to our home page, right? Okay, so you are returning this button with a tooltip, right? So if tooltip is true, then you need to show this. Otherwise, just basically show this, right? Just basically show this, right? Perfect. Okay, cool. Right, so update your code to be exactly as mine. Once you update your code to be exactly as mine, you can pause the video, then up to here, right? Once you update it, let's go now to, you can see this is an aside, right? Exactly. Let's go to now to this second element here inside our layout. So inside there is just a div flex of 1 and width of 4, right? Then we've got an element, a new element, which is called dash header. So the dash header, there it is, the dash header. The dash header actually has a container. Our container is our custom component, just to make sure like we have got a uniform width, right? Uniform width as well as padding for the items that we need to contain, right? So this is the code for the container. Let's go back to our dash header. With a container, so we are wrapping everything inside our dash header, inside that container, right? Update your code to be exactly as mine. Then let's look at some of the things that we've made changes to. The sidebar drawer. On the sidebar drawer is actually taking a prop of a row, right? So you can see this is a server component, it's in async. We're actually getting the session, right? Make sure the user type here is actually from Nextjs, not from Prisma/client, right? Exactly. But the row, you can just get it from Prisma/client, right? And that sidebar drawer, we've made changes to it. It's now receiving props. If we go to our sidebar drawer, you can now see it's actually receiving a prop of a row, right? So that row, now what we need to do, we need to get a nav item. So we have this function here that allows us to get nav items, right? Depending on the role that we have. So if the role is an admin, bring us admin rows. If instructor, instructor rows, right? Otherwise the default is log in route, right? Meaning to say no one is logged in, right? Then make those changes, and also please make sure you know your avatar image is actually on this. It's actually exactly like this if you are following where my avatar image is, right? Make sure you update it to that. And now instead of receiving items as user routes, just say nav items depending on the row that has been provided. And as usual, our sidebar nav shows a tooltip. For this particular sidebar, our show tooltip should be false, right? And we can just give a class name of padding of 4, right? And we import that theme toggle here as well as the logout button. We need to have them here as well. So update your code to match exactly as mine, right? So once that is done, let's proceed from where we were. We're in the dash header, right? Yeah, we're in the dash header, right? So the dash header, and here it's simply, we still have our avatar nav, right, as well as the notify button, right? Okay, so once you update that, let's now see, right? Then inside this div, we're actually getting our children inside there, right? So once you update everything and everything is running well, right, and make sure you don't have any errors here, make sure you already have all the packages that are needed, like your next themes, right, that package that we installed earlier on. Make sure you have it. Actually, the next themes, you have it, everything goes well, then we can now take a look into how our UI looks, right? So this is the sidebar drawer, right? The sidebar drawer does not have a show tooltip. It means our routes, they've got their full descriptions just as this, right? Then we've got our theme toggler, which is here, right? If we click on it, you can show, you know, dark mode or the light mode. You can share light mode, right? We can even hit here where it says logout, but I'm not going to do that for now because I would like to go to my dashboard side of things. Then the sidebar on the dashboard, it shows a tooltip, which means our routes only shows tooltips. They don't show the descriptions, right? And this is the width that I am accepting on my sidebar drawer, right? And if I have to put this on a smaller screen, let's drag it and put it on a smaller screen. You can see the sidebar at a certain point it hides, and now we have an access to be able to show the sidebar again, right? So this is how it's going to be showing on, you know, mobile devices, right? I think this is a great layout that you can have for yourself as well, right? So that's the layout and some of the updates that we've just done, right? So once that is done, let's just go now to our code editor, and as usual, make sure you commit your code, right? Make sure you commit your code. So I'm going to quickly commit my code as well here on my side, right? Perfect. Now that we've committed our code, it's fine, that's great, and we now need to work on the users route, right? So this is basically all the users, right? So before we display any instructors here, right, we just need to work on the users on the dashboard side of things, right? So we'll go on the dashboard and we create a new route under the users way, right? So currently we don't have anything under users, right? But we need to be able to create that route. Okay, so we're going to be using a lot of things. First of all, we're going to be showing a nice breadcrumb here according to Shadcn UI. I'm going to be showing a nice breadcrumb like that, right? That just allows us to see where we are currently when you're navigating our pages, our UI, right? Exactly. And also we're going to be making use of the table, right? We're going to be utilizing the 10-stack table, right? Which was used to be called, I think, React table, if I'm not mistaken, right? So this is the library we're going to be using, right? Please spend some time to just look on it and see how everything, you know, is well structured, and you know what are we talking about in terms of functionalities, the rows, the cells, and also if we're going to be doing things like, you know, column definitions as well as things like pagination, right? We're going to be doing all those things, right? So basically we need a nice table to show here, right? And we're going to be using that 10-stack table, right? If you go on Shadcn, you can see this is the table that he is actually here, right? This is the table. You can be able to do things like this to filter what you want to see. You can be able to type in, you know, what you're searching on, right? You can maybe say task, something like that, right? It can be able to do filtering and sorting for you, right? So that's the table we're going to be making use of. And if you go on Shadcn under the examples on this URL link, you can actually get to see how actually Shadcn, how they did it in terms of creating their own table, right? So we're going to be following what they did, and we're going to be implementing it on our on our project, right? So let's go ahead and actually be able to do that now. All right, so let's initialize our route, which is the user's route inside the dashboard, right? So this is for the administrator, right? So the administrator should be able to get hold of all the users and be able to display them, right? So that's currently what we are doing, right? Create a component inside the dashboard called users, right? It's a folder called users, then type page.tsx and populate this data, right? Okay, so on your side, you don't have these items as it, right? Okay, for the sake of explanation, I'm going to do that for you so that when you're populating your code, you know where this code is coming from and what it does, right? Okay, for the breadcrumb that allows us to show you know, a kind of a navigation route, right? We're going to create our own component and go inside components, common, and create bread crumb item.tsx, and the code that you need is basically this. So make sure you always import that component from Shadcn or edit here, right? So make sure you edit, right? So let me just maximize my terminal like this. You can see these are all the components from Shadcn that I've just added now. So if you wanna you know, do it before proceeding with typing your code, you can do it. You can add a command, right? A pop over, then you can add a checkbox as well, right? So this is what I've just added right now. And also I've added a 10-stack table, right? Make sure you install a 10-stack React table just like that. So these are the all components and packages that I need now, right? So on my breadcrumb, this is what I need. I need to get hold of the path name, right? So for that, I can be able to use this client hook called use path name. You get it from Next Navigation, right? So this client hook, you know, brings back to us, like for example, if we say const path name, it returns that path name where we are, right? So if we are on /dashboard/users, we are able to get dashboard users, right? Okay, so for you to you can follow me what I'm trying to do here, right? I would like to get hold of that path name, right? Get hold of the path name and split the names and put them in an array, right? So I get hold of the path name and put those the path name, split them with a / and get the words, right? For example, dashboard and users as strings and put them in an array. So I'm using this functionality here, right? I'm going to split that array. I'm gonna get off of this user, this string, split them in an array, and make sure like I always get something from there, right? So that's why I'm using the filter as well, right? Okay, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to take all the other elements, all the other words, or all other the parts, right? The path, right? The path which is not the last, right? Because I want to do something with that, right? I want to do something with the last word, and I also want to do with the words before the last, right? So the words before the last, to get hold of them, is just basically to use this kind of functionality, or kind of, you know, a constant that I'm having here, right? Take the array, slice it, and make sure you don't get the last item, right? And for you to get the last item, you can just say that array that you have -1, right? The length -1, then you can get the last item, right? So the first items that we get, we need just to put them, you know, we can loop, we can map over them, right? And make sure, like, you know, the href is / that item, and we capitalize it, and the last item we need to make it bold, right? So after we've done all of these, right, what we're going to be able to see on our UI is basically, so these are the items. You can see these are the items before the last, and this is the last item. So that's why I'm using those functionality on my breadcrumb, right? And there is my users, which is actually in bold. So, and what we're also doing, we're actually grabbing these, you know, we don't have to type, you know, manually to say, okay, home, dashboard, users, right? We just get it dynamically, right? Because we're using the client component, client hook, actually the use path name, right? So the use path name is getting us this, and when we get this, we're able to put them in an array. We can be able to, you know, map over them and get only the first elements. Once we get the first elements, the last element, we want to make it in a bold like this. So this is basically what we're doing, right? Once you're done with that, make sure you populate your code on your project you're working on. It's exactly as mine, right? Make sure it's exactly as mine. Try to understand what you're trying to do here, right? It's just for the sake of me dynamically getting off the path name, and also making sure like the last item we do something with it, right? So make sure you update your code. So from top, then the bottom's part is like this. You update your code, you hit save, right? let's go back to our page. So we are done with the breadcrumb item. It's reusable. We can plug it on any other routes we can create. Let's now go to the page, right? .tsx for users. We've got a data table that we're using. So this is a complex but not difficult table to have, right? So the data table, what I've just done inside my components, miscellaneous, we're going to put everything that is to do with a data table there, right? We're going to make a reusable data table, right? And following Shadcn and timeslots React table, we can be able to create our own table, right? So make sure you actually add that table from Shadcn, right? Add it to your project. Once you add it, then we can be able to follow what timeslots was doing, right? If we go to their GitHub, yeah, right, you can see I'm on this route which says data table, right? So there's pagination that they did, right? So it's a separate component for the pagination for the data table, right? And also there's the data table itself, right? So let's quickly look into, there's the data table itself. There it is, right? There's the data table itself. So timeslots uses you know, some hooks, right? Some hooks, some methods, some function, right? So we can make use of these hooks, methods, and functions, right? We can get them from React table, right? And also get the table itself from Shadcn, right? And we can be able to create other components that we don't want to, you know, mess this whole table here. We don't want to have everything here. So we can remove some of the you know, components, or rather sections of the data table, and put them in a separate component, right? For example, data table pagination, we removed it. It's in its own separate component, right? You can see our data table actually, you know. So let's go to our own actually. So I was just following what Shadcn was doing there, and also looking at the documentation. Okay, let's go into our own data table. Our own data table is got a search and view section, which is on the top, right? So this is not the table itself, but you know, this is a search. We can actually put this in a separate component, but for now I'm just going to leave it here. Otherwise, the whole table that we need is actually this, right? So this is our table. We can get out of the table from timeslots, right? So we've created a table here. See, we said table equals use React table, right? So use a React table is a hook that we get from what? React tables, right? So once we get that, we can be able to tap into our different methods, different hooks, right? And we can even hover on each and every, and we can see whether it's a hook or what, right? So we can hover on the get core raw model, and you can say this required option is a factory for function that computes and retains the core raw model for the table, right? Exactly. So the role for that particular table that you're actually creating. And also there are some, you know, functions as well, like on sorting, get sorted raw model, right? So if you hover on each one of them, you can be able to see what each and every one does, right? And also there's a state as well, right? See, there's a state as well, right? So this is our table that we can tap into all these functions, and based on all those functions, we can be able to create, you know, for example, you were creating a table row, right? This is in a table header, right? In a table header, then we can get the header groups. From those header groups, then we can be able to create a table header, right? So this is a table header created. Now in the table body, we can get hold of the get row model, right? This creates us the rows for our table, right? Okay, so that's if there's a table, there's data, create this table. Otherwise, if there's no data, just show no results. That's our table. Then we have a data table pagination, which is a separate component. We could have put here, but we've put it in a different component, which you could do as well on this top section here. We can be able to search and filter, right? Let's quickly look at the search and filter. The search and filter, we've got the input, right? So on the input, if we type something there, right, we provoke an on change, right? On change, we're searching any field that you specify here, right? the field that is specified here, when we type in something, our table is going to make a search, right? It's going to make a search, right? Okay, so that's the input side of things, to be able to search. And also I'm using the drop down menu from Shadcn here. All right, so this allows us to specify what do we want to view on our table, right? What do we want to view on our table, right? Exactly, based on what we specify. Without saying much, let's just quickly go on our table, which I've already completed here. So this is the input side of things that I was talking about. You can type something there, provided there's something here, you'll be able to filter, right? And also on the view, right, this is the view where there's the drop down I'm talking about. You can click on it, and if there's anything in our table, or if you provided data, you'll be able to sort and select which fields or columns you want to see here, right? Perfect. And this is the table pagination, right? This is the separate component, which is just down here, right? So you can see my table is not displaying anything as yet, because it just supplied empty, arrays inside of it, right? So we've supplied nothing here, right? Okay, so our data table accepts generics, right? You can see here it accepts columns as parameters, right? So it accepts columns, and data is always a search, right? So the data table props, we are getting hold of the generic data as well as the value, right? I've made some comments with regards to the search, because this search is the one that we're using here, right? So I've made a comment here. This all should always be in lowercase, and it should match a column name in the database. So for example, email, if you want to search by email, if you want to search by name, if you want to search by address, right? Okay, perfect. All right, so our data table gets this props, the data and the value, right? So it means we need to provide that. Our data table gets columns and also the data, right? So the columns, where do we get hold of these columns? We have to create a separate component or item, right? So this is how we create columns, right? According to the guideline we are being shown by Shadcn. We can also create our own columns like this, right? So our column is a client component, and these are the fields now, or rather these are the columns we want to show on our table. We would like to show a checkbox, right? So we would like to show a checkbox, and we can say enable sorting false, enable hiding false, right, for that particular checkbox. When we click that kind of checkbox, we need to have something. So we need to invoke a function on change, and we need to show either a value or not, right? Or we can just simply say the checkbox which is on top, we can be able to select everything there, right? And now these are the columns, right? So we say access a key and specify the column according to our data, right? Here's our column. Our column is got this type, column definition from React table, and it accepts generic, right? And in this case, our generic is the user type from Prisma client, right? You can see I'm getting every field there, right? And it's an array, right? So this is what we're returning. Okay, so those fields now that we're getting from this user, you can see ID, name, email, image, phone, address, row. That's basically what you are using to create our columns here, right? So this is actually a column in image, this is a column, right? And this is a column for an email. We're actually doing something as well with that email, right? That email, we are doing some sorting with based on ascending order, right? Exactly. Then also the row, it's a column, and also the created it and the updated it, right? And also we're getting hold of the ID, and based on that ID we need a separate component which is called edit row, right? So I've created a separate component called edit row. Edit row is just a form in a dialog, right, that allows us to receive these props, which is the ID in the row, and once we receive that, we can be able to invoke a server action here, right? A server action to edit that user, right? It's only editing the ID and the row, right? And this is basically the whole code for that editing that row, right? So make sure you update your code. It's not going to change. Update your code to match mine, right? Once you update your code to match mine, let's continue looking at our columns. We edit rows. Then you can also have other actions as well. On these other actions, I'm also showing you drop down, you know, based on, you know, what you want to see. You can just update your code. You know, it can either match mine, or it can be, you know, something that you need to do, which is an action that you need to do on that particular field that you're selecting, right? Okay, so you can see this is the columns. This is how we do it. Columns, please go on Shadcn, right? Go on Shadcn GitHub repo and see how he has done. I mean, they have done their columns, right? See how they've done their columns, right? And how they were creating their columns. Like for example here, actually, see, this is exactly how they were creating their columns, right? If you don't understand what's happening here, go to the React table documentation and see each and every, you know, guideline in terms of how they create columns, how they create cells, header groups, and all other things, right? Okay, so once we have that out of the way, the next thing now we need to do, so we have seen columns, so it means we need to import these columns now here, right? We need to, instead of having an empty array, now we need to have this column. What do we name this column? We say it's a user columns, right? So I'll just copy that, right, user columns, and actually come here and paste it here. Say user columns, just like that, right? User columns, just like that. Okay, now we need data here, right? We need data to populate. So the data we're getting, actually, we need to show users, right? We need to show users. So what I've done on the lib folder, I've created a new file called get users, get user data, right? On get user data, it's just to ask Prisma to say, Prisma, find us all the users and retain them, right? And you need to be an administrator to be able to do that. So we are saying get the session and make sure like that session, the row is an administrator, right? Otherwise throw an error, right? So once you get that, once you're allowed to do that, we can actually be able to come here now and just basically say const users, right, is equals to await, should await. This is a server component, so we are actually able to do this. Then say get users, right? Get users, just like that. Okay, so await, we need to change this to async, right? We need to change this to async, right? So let me hover here and say quick fix, add async modifier. Get users is not imported here. Let's import it from get user from the lib, right? And hit save, just like that. Then we need to change here now to say this is going to be users actually, right? Should be users here. Apologies, users, just like that, and hit save, right? Once we hit save, if we go back to our project, right, there's nothing showing here, and if you refresh, we should be able to fetch the data, the users from our database and be able to display them here, right? And we would like also to do a search by email here, right? So what we can do, an optional field from our data table, an optional field on our data table here, we can say search. Let's see if it's going to autofill. There it is, search. Then it's a string. We're going to search by email, just like that, right? Okay, so if everything goes well, we should be able to see the users on our table, right? So it's still loading. Let's wait for it to load and proceed from. Okay, let's first of all start addressing this issue. When we click on our dialog wrapper here and we try to select these, right, you can see it's not being selected, right? So there seems to be a bug, right, with the command from Shadcn, right? So this command here, there seems to be a bug, and if you follow this issue here on this URL here, you can see there's a lot of discussions there going on how people are trying to actually solve this issue, right? Okay, seems my browser is crashing. Yeah, but to fix that issue, according to some of the recommendations that we get from here, right, you can see like the guys, they say there is an error with on the command on the command item, right, on Shadcn UI. You just need to change this data disabled to data true, right? So as advised by this particular person here, right, you need to change that to this, right? So let's go into our code and let's try to fix that and see if it can work on our own code, right? Okay, I've got a lot of tabs opened here, right? So let's go inside the UI for Shadcn. So this is the one created by Shadcn, and go on the command, right? So if you go on the command, we are going to this section which says costs item, right? Command item there, and let's look for where it says data disabled, and let's able to change that to true. Say equals to true and hit save, right? Once hit save, and if everything gets compiled nicely here, you should be able to make a selection, right? So once that is working behind the scenes, let me just close this. Once that happening behind the scenes, we can go on to fix the other things that we have on our UI, that we experience on our UI here, right? Okay, so let's go back to our UI and hit refresh, right? So the other thing that we're experiencing is that our display table was not displaying nicely, right? There were no margins here on the side here. You can see there were no these margins on the side. So for us to fix that, what you need to do simply is to go in our code, and instead of using that container that we're using, we used it on our dish header, right? So let's remove it from here. Let's remove that container. We don't need that container wrapper anymore. And also in our breadcrumb, let's remove it. Let's just return a breadcrumb, right? And on our layout, what you need to do on our layout of the dashboard is that we just need to add this margin, left and right to 6, and also padding all round to 5, right? So if we format nicely that and we hit save, we should get should be able to get that padding, that nice padding, and also the margins on the side, right? So that fixes it. So you can see everything is aligned left and right as well, right? Okay, let's try to now work on this Chrome box here. So it's still loading here, right? But let's try to work on this once it's fully loaded. Let's click on one of the user rows and let's try to edit it, right? Okay, so I'm just gonna click on this particular user here, right? And now we're actually able now to select the user row, right? Although the names are actually grayed out, but we can be able to select. So I'll just make this an instructor and hit submit, right? There should be a way of us automatically being able to close this, right, as soon as we hit submit. But for now, we're gonna leave it like that. We're gonna refactor on later, and you can see immediately the user has been updated to instructor, right? I'm gonna do the same on this particular user here, right? I'm just gonna select instructor as well and hit submit, and immediately everything is updated, right? So this is the nice thing of using server actions. It just happens, the update just happens right on the fly, right? Exactly. Okay, so we have now our users, and we are able to change our users to be instructors, right, or administrators or user role. The next thing we need to work on now is actually to be able to create the instructors route, right? So this is on the administrator dashboard. We should only be able to see instructors, not everyone else who's a user or administrator, only instructors. So we can be able to go on this route and be able to create that. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so in the previous setup of our user route, we did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of creating the breadcrumb as well as creating the data table, right? So what you're going to do now to create the instructors route, just simply to go in the instructors in the dashboard, create a new folder called instructors, initialize the page with page.tsx, and inside just say const admin instructors is in a sync component, because we are making use of the await here, right? And make sure you just get hold of the breadcrumb and the data table, and you need the instructors columns as well as the instructors. So basically that's what you need here inside here, right? So let's look into the data table and instructors columns, right? And there's always these instructors here, right? So if you go in our miscellaneous, we have a component called admin instructor columns. So those admin instructor columns, we just want to check the type of an instructor. This is the type, generic type that we're accepting here, right? So basically it's just the types that we get from Prisma client, right, of our instructor, right? So if you are not so sure where do we get these types, right, or where these fields, even if you check in your Prisma fields, right, Prisma schema, and if you look at your instructor, right, where's the instructor, you see like it's exactly the same fields that we get, right? So Prisma does this for us under the hood. You know, it makes our fields to be type safe, right? And those are the same ones that we're using here, right? So we need that, and we can go ahead and create our table. As usual, we need a way to select, you know, a checkbox to be able to select this, right? And also we're going to have an image for the instructor. Now this is an instructor, a name for the instructor, the email if they are active, created at, right? And also some actions as well, right? There's nothing much here in terms of actions. So like I said, this is not 100% complete, but it's something like 90% complete project. So if you want to complete all these other things, you can go ahead and complete on your side, right? Okay, so that's with regards to the columns. And if we go now to get our user data, we can be able to get the data now for the instructors. Please kindly note that actually here I am not putting an auth guard, right? Because the same instructors, those are the ones we're going to use on the home page as well, right? So I'm just getting everything from Prisma, from our database. I'm using Prisma to get everything from our database. Once we get that in our page now on our data table, which is reusable, we're going to search each instructor by email. Then the columns, we need the instructor columns. Then the data, we're just getting these instructors that we're getting from our database, right? Okay, so if everything is well and running, if we go to our UI, if we have a person who has been specified to be an instructor, we should be able to see them here, right? But currently we don't have any person who's an instructor here, right? So I'm going to duplicate this page and show you how are we going to make a regular user to be an instructor, right? So let me go back to the users, right, on the users table. So on the users table, if we click on actions, right, if we click on actions here, for each and every user, like for example, if you click on admin, there's no that option to see any actions for an admin, because this is an administrator, we don't want to do something there, right? But if we click something like code an instructor, we should be able to see an action, right? So let's wait for the page to load and be able to see that, right? Okay, cool. So before we proceed, I just want to show you something as well, that our checkboxes, they're actually working. And if I check them, you can be able to see, like, you know, it says three rows of three of three rows have been selected, right? That, you see. And also I can be able to make a filter depending on our ascending order right here. I can be able to filter that using this email column here, right? Okay, so let's go now to look into our actions. On actions, okay, apologies, I said something which was not correct. You're actually able to see actions, but as an administrator, you should be able to deactivate this functionality. You can't suspend a user unless it's your use case, right? But if we go to someone who's called an instructor, we get this option that says view instructor profile, right? We can be able to see that. If we click on that, we're going to be taken to a new page, which is actually a dynamic page under users. Then with this particular, what do you call it, param, and also some, you know, search params there, right? We're actually able to get hold of those things, right? So this is a dynamic page. We need to create this, right? So we need a way of actually editing a user or making our user a regular user to have a profile actually as an instructor, right? So let's go ahead and actually be able to do that, right? All right, let's go ahead and create our dynamic route, right? So that dynamic route, we're gonna create it in actually the users, right? Inside users, we're going to create a sub route again. So this is how we do it when you're creating a dynamic route. We just put square brackets and type in the name. We can just say maybe ID for your params that you want to get hold of. For mine, I just say user, then close the bracket, right? Then inside, we just initialize the route with a page, right? You can see my page here has a lot of inputs, not a lot actually, a couple of inputs that I've imported. Is either components or maybe, you know, some hooks or functions, right? I've got of the redirect from next navigation and also a function to get the user, right? We're going to do a refactoring later on. Let's take a look at how our UI will display, right? So this is our UI, how it displays later on. Once you have updated your code, it will display like this, right? But before we go here, let me just show you the reasoning of what I'm saying in terms of refactoring, right? You can see this is a dashboard to get all the users, whether you're instructor, admin, or general user, right? Then on there, I would like an option where you are able to click which says actions, and if there's no instructor's profile as yet, you should be able to click here and go to the page, which is our dynamic page, where you can be able to add the profile of instructor. Otherwise, you should not be able to see this option here, right? It should just, you know, be like this, right? For example, here it just says suspend user, right? So we'll do refactoring of the code later on in the later tutorials, right? But for the sake of progress, let's just proceed from where we are currently right now. Looking at our completed UI, we have a breadcrumb that we have here, and also we've got a form here, right, which is scrollable, right, and a couple of fields that we're going to be working on. And you can see we've got a beautiful WYSIWYG here that we're using, right? We're also using it here, right? So what you'll be doing, we can have this library here, right? It's pretty not old, but it was last updated like 2 years ago according to this current recording, right? So we're gonna use it. It's easy to use, straightforward, straight to the point. We're gonna use that redraft WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. That's what they say, right? Exactly. And also we're going to have this library as well, markdown, draft.js as well, right? And it's also an old, it was updated long back ago, right? But we're gonna use it. It's easy to use. And yeah, we're just gonna use this nanoid. But surprisingly, according to my project, there's a library or a dependency which is actually using nanoid, so I don't need to reinstall this, right? Okay, so that's what you need, right? Let's look into our code now and see what we need to update, right? Okay, so we have our page that we've initialized, and you can see we're getting hold of params and search params here, right? And we're getting hold of that param. In our case, we say it user, right? Then we just destructure it and say the user is actually a string. If you had put something like in let's say ID, you would say ID, which is a string, right? Exactly. So the params I think it's all strings, right? Okay, then we're also getting hold of the search params, right? The search params, in our case, we're just getting hold of the name, right? We're just getting hold of the name, right? Okay, so what we need to do, this is going to be a refactoring. We're going to refactor later on. We won't need this code when we refactor later on, but for now, let's quickly get hold of a user, right? And from that user, we want to see if that user is instructor, right? If it's instructor already, we just need to direct them. We just need to direct users to instructors, right? Otherwise, another refactored code, we don't need this, right? We don't need this. Yeah, but for now, for the sake of progress, let's just do it like that. Okay, right. Then we have a breadcrumb, and we have our layout for that particular page. It looks like this. We've got an H1 that says add instructors profile, like that. Then we also have a form that we have here, right? We have a form that we have here, right? So before you are redirected to this page, like, let me quickly go to it. So you'll be on this page, and you should be able to see an option to add an instructor profile if it's not there. When you click onto it, you should be directed to here if the profile does not exist, right? Otherwise, you need to update your admin users columns, right? Admin users columns. You can see mine says add instructor profile, right, instead of say view. So quickly go in your admin user columns and remove view and update it to add, right? Once that is done, that's fine. Then the next thing you need to do is actually to have an instructors form, right? Add instructors form. You see this instructors form is actually getting a prop, which is an ID. We want to use that ID to do an updates, right? Let's quickly go into our add instructors form. Our add instructors form is quite huge, right? It's quite huge. I think it's got something like 400 plus lines of code, right? But it's not that complex, right? We're just using the things we have used before, right? And some things to take note, right? It's we're using server actions, but there are a couple of things that I've just did here, right? We have these utility functions. You're gonna see how they work, right? You're going to see how they work later on. So we have those utility functions, and also we're getting hold of you can see we're getting hold of that draft markdown that we're getting from markdown draft.js, right? Exactly. And we also have this, I mentioned it, and also we have our Zod validations that we're actually getting from our lib folder, right? Exactly. So this is how we've structured our form. Our form, what you are returning is actually a scroll area, right, for us to be able to have the ability to scroll. Otherwise it will be a large view to scroll right all the way down if we don't put this scroll. So luckily Shadcn gives us that option to put a scroll a scroll component that allows us to scroll the children inside, right? So we've got a business name, business email, professional phone, right? So our user is just a usual user that with the details that we get from what do you call it, Google, right? So once this user registers, the next thing they're able to do, we direct them to a new user page where they can update their phone number and location address, right? But if you want to now turn this user into an instructor, you just tap into the ID. So we need the ID. Then we need to create a new profile which is separate from this profile. So this will be an instructor's profile. So usually if you're a business person, right, who's running some sort of a business or services, you don't normally use your regular name or family name. You actually have a different name that you use. So that's what we termed business name and business email, professional email, right? And you can select the years of experience. Now we're talking of driving now experience. You can even put your biography here, and if you have any sort of certifications, you can put them here. You can put a location and all these other fields, right? Let's take a look into our schema first of all. Let's look into our Prisma schema and see what fields did we specify, right? So we specified these fields, right? Some of them, they're optional. For example, the image for displaying a professional image, business email, phone, right? It's all these are actually optional, but the name is required, right? And also these are the fields like a location. Where are you based, right? For example, you can say I'm based in Melbourne, Australia, right? Or Sydney, Australia. That's the location that we're talking about here. And also the services that you offer, right? This will be something that you just specify if you're offering those things, right? So in the later updates that we're gonna do in the upcoming tutorial, maybe version 2 of this tutorial, we're going to remove these costs, driving cost and learners cost. We're going to remove it from instructor's profile. We're going to put them in some sort of like settings, right, where we can be able to retrieve them from there. But for now, let's just put them here for the sake of making progress, right? So all these fields, when we are adding, we need to make sure like we include them, right? As for the slug, we're going to have a utility function to be able to make a slug for us, right? So this is the function we're going to use to make a slug, and these are the utility functions we're going to use when we are adding some details for instructor, right? Okay, so let's go back again to the form that we are adding, instructors form. So it's the scroll area, then a form. We're using a form from React Hook form, so we are following the guidelines from Shadcn here, right? And we have the form fields, so we specify the fields that we want to capture. So these are all these fields we want to capture, right? I want to just let you aware of this custom text editor that I've just created here, right? This allows us to add rich text, right? It allows us to add rich text to, you know, as rich text to as a string. It's going to be saved as a string in the database, but we can be able to add rich text to whatever we're inputting, right? So if you want to add like something like bold letters or list items, this allows us to do that. So our text editor we've created in our common, because we might use it in various places, common components, text editor. Then this is the text editor. This is how I created the text editor here, right? Make sure you update your code and you have something like this, right? So we are making use of that React Draft WYSIWYG, right? And according to the documentation, this is basically how you do it, right? React WYSIWYG, and you get it here. Then you import their CSS just like that. Then now on the editor you can put some props and some, you know, other things that are needed, like just like that. For us, this is how we did it, right? And we're making use of Next Dynamic here, right? Because we need this to be so let's look at what Next Dynamic does. This function lets you dynamically import a component. It uses React.lazy with suspense under the hood. We need to have this already already displayed on our UI as soon as we go onto it, onto our dynamic route. So that's why you're using dynamic that dynamic function here, right? So this is basically how we do it, right? We just also copying how Shadcn was doing it, right? To export default forward ref, right? And just do it like that and say function text editor, right? And we just do it exactly like this, right? Okay, so once we have that text editor, then it allows us on our form, we can actually embed it here, right? So the form field bio, then we embed it here, right? Exactly. So on change, what we need to do, we need to change draft to markdown. So that draft that we are inputting, we need to convert it to markdown already. That's why we're using markdown JS, right? That other library, right? So a certificate is just a regular string, right? And I've commented out this for location, because in terms of location, later on we might use an API to automatically select a location, right, based on the address that has been inserted. So I just commented this one out, but I've just put it here as a drop down. So we're just going to select from the available locations that I've just given to you, right? Exactly. So update them according to that. Then in image, we also need a way of receiving an image, right? So this is how we're going to do it in our actions. Once we receive an image, we're just gonna imitate how to add an image to a blob, right? Whether it's a vessel blob or maybe you're using Superbase, right? That's what we're going to imitate, right? So in our actions here, when we receive that image, we're just going to say that image that we have received, we're gonna create a route which is like this, right? So it means we're just making use of our already existing images here, right? So let me quickly go that into public. We need inside image, we need a folder called instructors, right? So let me quickly add that. Inside images, we need a folder called instructors, right? So inside instructors, then we need to have a couple of images there, right, that only speak to what instructors, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy from the already existing images, right? I'm going to copy all of them and actually add them there, right? Okay, so let me copy them and add them here, right? So it's going to add all the images that we need, right? So I've added those images. Then it means when we upload an image, we're just going to upload from our project, and in our actions here, that image, the name of that image is we're going to create a URL just like that, right? Exactly. Okay, right, so let's proceed with our form. Okay, so at the end, we're also going to specify the areas which are saved by the instructor, and we have a loading button here, right? So once we click submit, we should be able to trigger this server action, which is actually called await aid instructor, right? And these are the arguments we need to have: form data, areas, and the user ID, right? So the user ID, we're getting it as a prop just here, and the area saved, we're just going to create a use state here and make sure we're able to capture a lot of areas as a string, right? And we should be able to send that to our database, right? We have a couple functions that we're going to be using to handle either adding areas or removing, right? Okay, then on our form, we are using these values, right? Instructor values that we have added in our Zod. I didn't add them here, otherwise we're going to have a lot of, you know, boilerplate code which will mess our file. So I put in a separate file which is actually in our Zod validations. So what we just did is update this instructor schema, and also we have these other fields, right, for validation that we already added as well, and also the numeric and the required string. Those are the updates that I've done, right? So we say export instructor values, type of instructor schema, and that's what we are receiving inside here, inside our form, right? Just like that. Okay, perfect. So make sure you update your code to be exactly as mine, right? Update your code to be exactly as mine. So from top, you can pause the video, right? Or simply just go to the repo and make sure your code is updated to match my code, right? Once you're done with that, then in your page, make sure you have everything that you need here. And also we are getting data, right? So let's go to the get user data. We now have this function. It's an edit function, right? It's called get user. It's taking optional parameters, optional arguments, which is an ID or an email, right? And we make sure like we can include an instructor, right? From that user, we can include whether that user is an instructor or not. Then we return that user, right? So let's look at our form in action right now, right? If everything goes well, we should be able to edit our form nicely, right? So let's say the business name here can be called maybe let's say John, maybe the driver. Let's just say John. Then the business email is, you can just say John at driving.co, just like that. Professional phone, I'm using a validation here, so I'm just going to put some random phone numbers, right? Okay, and select the number of years. The number of years is actually from 2 to 4 years, right? Then comes the point where we need to pay attention as well. This is us now using our React draft, right? React draft WYSIWYG, right? So we can add rich text here, right? So we can say, maybe we can search for a lorem ipsum, right? lorem ipsum, right? Then we can be able maybe to generate some random text there, right? So that we can just simply populate them. Okay, just like that up to perhaps here. I'm just going to copy that text and come here and paste it like that, right? So you can see this is actually bold, right? Actually bold. Then I just want to get hold of a list of words, right? You can even use ChatGPT to generate you know, the biography of a person, right? You can use ChatGPT for that, right? But for the sake of progress, let's move on to the next step. Okay. All right. Okay, so I can put a thing like this, then I can do like this, then I can also do like this, right? So in this case, these ones now should be like a list, right? Should be like a list like that. So you can see we're making use of the rich text here, right? Exactly. Then we can also do the same here in terms of services offered, just like that. Cool. Let me remove this, right? And also remove that, right? And also remove that. Okay, cool. Remove this, just like that. Okay, then here I can put like rich text as well. Okay, cool. Right, so we are done with that. Then the certificate, we can just say international driver's license, right? International driver's license. Then the location where this person, I need to specify, you can specify like the location saved or the location of the instructor here, right? But for now, I'm just gonna quickly select any random city, just like that. Okay, cool. Then for the images, I'm just gonna click here, right, so that we can be able to select any image. So let's click here. Okay, let's wait for it to load so that we can be able to click an image. Okay, let's click here to select an image, and there we are. We've got an option to select any image. I'm just gonna select this particular image and say open. Right. Right, actually I need to select from our project, right? Remember what I said? So it should be from our project, right? So where did I have that project at? Right, I think it's on the desktop, right? So on the desktop we've got our project Motomoto, inside public, inside image. So you can use a blob here, right? So I'm just gonna select inst1, just like that. That's the image we need, and we have inst1 here, right? Then driving learning cost, yeah, we're just gonna put 20 learners line lesson cost. We're just gonna put 20, right, just like that. And the transmission type offered by this, we're just gonna say it's a manual transmission. Then the area saved, we're just gonna say, for example, Melbourne, right? Then we add like this, you see. So these are the functions that I've been talking about, like, you know, the functions that you can use, which is actually in our form, right? So if we go to our form, where is our form? There is our instructors form here. So we've got those functions and some utils functions to be able to select any area and be able to add them to an array or remove them from an array, right? So this is basically what we're using. So we're adding an area so we can be able to remove it as well, right? Okay, so Melbourne, then I can just say maybe Sydney, just like that. That's a great distance though, Sydney, right? That's a great distance to be saving. I can say maybe Darwin here. Okay, then I can say Perth, just like that. Okay, cool. But if I want to remove them, I can just simply remove them like this, you see. Okay, services offered, we already added it, right? So it seems like we have added everything, and we should be able to invoke our server action. You can see the loading button, right? when this is updating behind the scenes, it actually gives us a spinner here, right? Okay, so once that is added, it redirects us to the instructors page, right? You can able to see now, like, we've got a new instructor that we have here, right? Perfect. Okay, right. Let's quickly look into what our server action is actually doing here, right? So we have actions here. So the actions, we are also validating the data that we're getting from the front end. So we are validating here, right? So we're validating all the values we need except for the areas, and as well as the user ID. We don't validating that, right? Then our slug, it's part of the data we need to send the database, but we are actually making use of a slug from the name that has been provided. So our name was John in this case, so it should be able to say John, right? Then the image, once we get the image as a string, then we append the name of that to the end here. So that will be our string, our image string that we use to display, right? Exactly, right? So we're saying Prisma instructor.create, then it's going to create, it's going to append these fields here, slug. Then we're going to trim if there's any spaces or any white spaces that are not needed. We're just going to use this string that says trim, right, to make sure like everything is fine, right? So once we invoke and everything goes well with that server action, we redirect to dashboard/instructors. So this is what you just seen that has just happened just here, right? And you can be able to see, like, we can actually be able to do even filters with our data table that we have here, and also be able to see which views we want to which columns we want to see, right? So that's everything with regards to the instructors, right? Yeah, so let's move to the next step. Make sure that you always commit your code each and every time you do a huge update like this. As you can see, that's 24 changes that I've done. So I need to make an update, and I need to add them to Git and push to GitHub, right? Right, we've been making so much progress. So we have everything set up now. We can see our nav bar, everything, and we've really worked on the dashboard, right? So what we need to work on now is to display an instructor, right? So we need to display instructors here on this one page, right? So let's quickly go ahead and be able to display all the instructors that we have currently here. So let us update our home page and include an instructors list component, right? Let me just remove this. We don't need it here at the moment, right? Okay, so the instructors list, we get it inside components, inside the home folder, right? So inside the home folder, that's where we have the instructors list. Since this is a server component, we can just simply fetch our users from here, right? What we'll fetch our instructors, sorry. So what we're just basically doing here is just say const instructors await get instructors, right? And to get instructors, we get that from user data, which is actually in our lib folder, right? We've created that already, get user, and this is the instructors that we're getting, right? So we need to get all of these instructors, right? So once we have that, we just basically go in our instructor list and make it an async function, and we get those instructors, right? We just have an h1 here that just says instructors near you, but in the upcoming update, version 2 of this tutorial, we're going to have even a way to be able to sort, fetch, filter, and search instructors, and also put locations API, where you can be able to track your location and find the instructors which are actually in reality near you, right? Okay, then what we are doing is just getting those instructors and mapping them over in instructors card. So we need an instructors card component as well. Make sure you update your code to be exactly as mine. So on the instructors card, we're actually making use of a card that we get from Shadcn UI. So on that card, we are actually receiving a prop of our instructor, which is of a type of instructor, and this type we're getting it from what? Prisma client, right? from Prisma client, it generates those types for us, right? I have a couple of things here on top, but we'll talk about them later on, right? So on my card, I'm just getting the card according to Shadcn. Go on the documentation there and see what comes there, right? One thing to note is that we might have an image, an instructor. When we actually add an instructor on the backend like we did in the previous video, you see there's an option for us to add an image. Otherwise, if there's no image, we just need to show a placeholder, right? So we just create that constant here, and we can receive it as an image here, right? Then we just need the instructor's name, their location is where they are. Then when we come to here now, if the instructor offers a manual type transmission as a lesson or as an automatic or both, we want to be able to dynamically render those, right? Okay, and there will be lastly a button, right, which is actually a link, right? So basically what we're able to do here, we actually have button variants. So instead of getting a button inside like this, you can actually have button variants on the link itself. You can get that from Shadcn, right? But I'm not going to do that at the moment. I'm just going to leave it like that. You can just refactor it on your own side, right? And we have a view, right? We say it's a view, right? Cool, perfect. So make sure you update the code to be exactly as mine up to this day, right? So from top, this is instructor's card, all the way to bottom, right? Once you have that updated code, right, then we can be able to import that instructors list here. And if we save and refresh and run everything, we should be able to get now this section here that here's an instructor, right? You remember the instructor we added earlier on? We named the person John, and the location was Double Bay. The certificate is actually international, and they offer a manual transmission as a lesson, right? Okay, so we now need a way of being able to view what is the bio and other things, services provided by this particular instructor. So if we click on view and go to a new route or a new page, we should be able to see a page where there is a slug that was created for us by the back end, as well as the ID as a search param, right? That we can be able to access the ID is this, right? Perfect. So once this load, we should be able now to display the details of that particular instructor here, right? So currently it's going to be a 404 no found page because we haven't created that, but let's go ahead now and create that page and be able to show it here, right? All right, the page you want to create should be a dynamic page, right? So for a dynamic page, we put square brackets, then type in the name of our param, right, inside, then close the bracket, right? Initialize the page.tsx, right? And once you've initialized the page, I want to get hold of search params, right? Those search params are need to get hold of the ID, because what we are doing actually on our instructor list card, right? So instructor card, on the instructor card, when we click this link here, right, it's actually taking us to this URL, right? You can see there's also a search param where I get hold of the ID. So the param is an instructor slug, right? Then the search param instructor ID, right? So on this link, when you click to go on this link, I would like to get hold of this ID, and we can be able to do a database search with this ID, right? There's always been an argument in terms of should you display an ID on the URL or not. But if you remember since way back how people have been doing on websites, they always have to put like an ID of some sort, or maybe a 1 or a 2, which is actually an ID of that particular project, right? So this is still debatable, but for now I'm gonna put it, right? If you look into other web applications like Uber Eats, right, they always encrypt, you know, I don't know how they do it in terms of encrypting the parameters, right, such that, you know, everything is encrypted, right? But we're not going to do that. It's a complex process for now. We don't want to complicate things, right? So for readability purposes, we're gonna get out of that ID. Once you get hold of that ID as a search parameter, and we're going to be able to use that ID to perform a search, right? We're going to look for the instructor. So you can see our instructor is actually being searched from get user data in our lib. So if you go into get user data in our lib folder, you can be able to see we're actually getting an argument of an ID. Then we get an instructor where the ID matches the ID that we provide, and we want to include time slots as well, right? So these are the relationships that we defined earlier on in our schema. If you look in our schema on the instructor, there's also a relationship of time slot, right? So we want to include that relationship here. Then we're going to return the instructor. You can see the instructor in terms of the types, it's actually time slots as well as the instructor object combined together, right? Okay, so once we have that, once we search those instructors, if there's no instructor available, we're just going to retain this div, say instructor not found. Otherwise, we need to retain this here, a header, then a section, and in that section we need an instructor information. It gets a prop of instructor, right? Gets a prop of instructor, so we're just getting it from here. Then if we go into the instructor info component, this is the component. So make sure you also import all these other components from Shadcn, and also the types from Prisma client, and also the icons and other components that we need, right? One thing we've added is actually markdown, right? We've created a component called markdown component. Remember, when we're adding our information, when we're adding an instructor, we're actually adding rich text now. So this markdown allows us now to read that rich text, right? It allows us to read that rich text. So I've created a component which you can find in your common components folder, right? In markdown, I've actually added this this dependency, right? This dependency of package here. You can see this is the one that I just added here, right? Where is it now? It's a it called React Markdown. So you just need to run that. Once you have it, then you need to create a component which is like this, right? In that component, right, just make sure it has these props like this, right? These props like this, and you can now get create a children wishes of this. So the content that you're getting here is either as a form of a string or an array of strings, right? Then you just put it here, right? See what you're able to do with React Markdown, right? If you have provided the unordered list, you can style it in this manner, right? You can style the components in this manner. If it's an ordered list, you can style it in this manner. If it's an anchor tag, you can style it in this manner. You can even add more stylings here, right? For example, if you want to get hold of code, right, you can style it using maybe a pre tag here, right? PRA tag, right? And if you want to get hold of other, you know, elements, you can just style them here, right? Okay, so this component receives children. So if you go in our instructor info, you can see that it's actually receiving information with regards to, is it only the bio? I'm sure it's the bio where we say, there we are, right? So our instructor.bio was in a form of what do you call it, rich text. So we're converting that rich text which is saved as a markdown in our database, and we were able actually to be able to read it with the React Markdown here, right? Okay, so make sure like you update your code to be exactly as mine, right? So what we are doing the rest here, I've discussed the image, how we are actually making use of this image here, right? And also we are returning a div. Everything else is straightforward, right? It's just us receiving data and actually showing it here, right? Then with actually rendering this type of components or elements, actually, like if it's a manual, you render the manual transmission component or element, right? What I just did with this, I just separated them, put them in components folder under home transmissions. So I just separated because we're using it on multiple instances, right? For example, we're using it on the instructor list, I'm sure, not instructor list, instructor card. We're using it here, as well as also using it here, right? So make sure you update your instructor's card such that instead of having them on top here, you can just basically separate them, put them in a different file, right? So once we have that out of the way, we're also getting all of the experience here, right? And also the driver's cost, we're also displaying them, right? Everything like that, and also the areas, right? So make sure you update your code to actually match mine. Go on the repo and update it like that. If everything goes well, and if we go to our UI to display it, right? So this is React Markdown. If you go to display, we should be able to see now. There we are. We're actually displaying our rich text, right? Is this, right? It's being displayed here, right? And this is the image we specified, the name, and all the other details according to how we have specified the displaying on the component we just created right now, right? So in terms of responsiveness, let's just quickly take a look of how it can show on a smaller screen. So on a smaller screen, you can see this is how it shows, right? Still responsive, right? Perfect, cool, right? So what we need to do next now is actually demonstrate to display a custom calendar down here, as well as give a user an opportunity to actually select the time slots which are given, as well as show which time slots has the user selected here, right? Cool, right? Let's go ahead and do that. Right, you can tell like the video is becoming long. Imagine if I was to type at the same time and explain the code, we're gonna literally go all the way to something like 20 hours, right? Because yeah, it's simple application, but there's a lot of code that is written under the hood, right? So it's actually good for me to just keep on explaining the code, and you can understand what's going on bit by bit, right? Okay, I've updated the instructor dynamic page, and I've added a new component, as you can see here. It's called instructor step, right? So it's actually getting hold of these props, right? So we need services, time slots, dcost, lcost, instructor ID, as well as the user, right? So this user, we're going to use it. This is the currently logged in user. You can see here, I'm actually getting hold of the session, and we need that currently logged in user. This will allow us to make a booking, right? So you need to be logged in to be able to make a booking, right? And just to make TypeScript happy, I just did like to add some typings to our string. Like for example, here we're getting a string. It can either be a string or null, but just to make TypeScript happy, I just appended a string and put in parentheses the value of what I'm actually supposed to put there, right? I've made an update on our schema, right? Remember when we did our schema, these fields are optional, right? So just for making sure like our TypeScript is always happy because we've specified them here, what I just did is that I went into my schema.prisma and I updated these fields, right? So once you update these fields, what you need to do is just to say Prisma to run a new migration to your database, right? You need to run a new migration to your database and make sure like everything is synced, right? Okay, perfect. So what I'll do currently, let me actually try to run that migration while we're here, so that we can see if there are any errors, we can be able to fix them, right? I'm just going to stop my server currently, right? Then I'm just going to say npx Prisma migrate dev, right? Just like that. Let's see what's going to happen, right? So usually it's supposed to update our schema, right? Or rather our SQL to create an update, right? So we need to update this, right? We need to update this. So under the hood it has to run, and once everything is run, we should be asked to mention the name of our migration here, right? Okay, so let's save that running. So there we go, Prisma schema loaded, it's blah blah blah, right? Enter the name of your new migration. We're just going to say this is version 1, right? And just press enter, right? So it's going to make an update to our schema, and if everything goes well, our schema should be updated, right? And our database actually should be synced, right? Okay, that's the update I wanted to talk about, right? So let's go now to the next step, which is actually we're looking at our page, right? Yeah, we've added all these properties, right? Then we have to look into the instructors tab, instructor tabs component. So instructor tab component, there it is. Okay, my database now is in sync, so I just need to rerun my server again here, right? So everything is now in sync, and these are the changes that have been made, right? So I really need to run my database again here, my server, sorry. Okay, so npm run dev, right? Just like that, and hit enter, right? So while that is running, let's go and explain our code as we go, right? So we have this component of ours. So we are doing a lot of prop drilling here, right? You can see we got the time slots. Then we go into our instructor tabs, we actually prop drilling this to the time selector component again. Since we're using 7 components, this is not a problem, really. It's not a problem since we're using 7 components. If we were using client components, it was going to be a challenge, right? But we can be able to do that when you're using 7 components, right? So okay, we are getting hold of those props, right? We're getting out of those props, and once we get out of those props, now we're using tabs, right? So our tabs, you can go to Shadcn as well, right? So if you go to Shadcn UI, Shadcn UI, and get out of the tabs, it allows us to do something like this. You can be able to toggle between, you know, our tabs and show relevant information which relates to that particular tab, right? So that's what you're going to be using, right? Let's go back to our code editor, right, and proceed. Right, we're using tabs, and on our tabs I think we have 2 tabs, right? So this is tab content, and this is tab content as well, right? So the first tab content has got component which is called services rendered, right? So on the services rendered, what we're doing, we're just returning a markdown component. And remember, when we edit our instructor, we added rich text. So this is what we're actually displaying as well here, right? We had to use rich text because the information differs, right, depending on each and every instructor, right? That's why we're using markdown here, or rich text instead, right? Okay, so that's the component you are rendering. Make sure you update your code, right? Make sure you update your code to be exactly as mine, right? Then the next tab, we're actually rendering 2 components. The first one is, it's actually 3 components we're rendering. The first one is called a lesson type selector, right? So our lesson type selector is just like a selector, a select component that we also get from Shadcn, right? And one thing to note, right, is that we are now using state, right? We're managing our state here, right? We're managing our state we're making use of Zustand, right? Zustand, to maintain our state, right? I'm gonna go to Zustand later on in this video. I'm gonna go into that later on, right? But this is our tab selector, right? Lesson type selector, right? It allows us to select a lesson type, right? I'm gonna go into Zustand just now, right? Then the other element we're displaying is actually a custom calendar, right? So we have a custom calendar that I've just created here, right? So this custom calendar gets some of the functions or items from our lib get time. So in our lib folder under the file called get time, I have here, I'm actually importing Nextjs, right? So I need to export this function, this component here, its function, it's called get days, right? So what get days does is that we are actually returning the days of the month, right? We're actually returning the days of the month, and for the days of the month, with the help of our Nextjs, we're getting hold of the first day of the month and the last day of the month. We put them in an array, and in that array, depending on if it's the first day of the month, we're actually creating days in an array and pushing those days into an array, right? Okay, and also if it's the last day of the month, we are actually doing something as well, right? So this is get the previous day. So if you want to get the previous day of this current month, right? So previous day, if today is the 8th, we need to get the days of the previous days of this month, right? So from the 1st to the 7th, we need to get those days, right? This is what we say get previous days, right? Get current month days. So this for loop gets the days for this whole month, previous days for this month, the whole days for this month, and we need to get a few days from today, right? A few days from today, right? Once we get that, we actually be able to get a full array that we can be able to display those days, right? Okay, so you see it on the UI what all these for loops and functions are doing, right? And we also need the days of the weeks. The days of the weeks, we just abbreviated them to S for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all the way to Saturday, and also the months of the year, January all the way to December, right? We also have instructor times, right? So instructor times is just an array of these functions here, right? Of these inbuilt functions, JavaScript functions, right? Okay, or methods rather, right? So that's what you have here, right? So once you have that, let's go back to our custom calendar now. In our custom calendar, we get that, and we got something that we're getting from our state management, all right? Right, and also getting off the class CNN from the lib/utils, lib/utils, right? So our calendar, right? This is how we designed our calendar, right? On top here, we need a way to let the user know what they should be able to do, right? And there on top, we can now be able to display the year or the months actually, right? So for simplicity of explanation, let me just go and show you how everything shows on the UI, right? So this is our calendar. It shows the month. There's the month that we're showing, and it also shows the day, right? Today, if it's the 8th, it shows like it's highlighted. There's a different background, right? So to get the previous days, I was explaining that for loop, the previous days from the 7th all the way to the 30th, those are the previous days, right? Then the days which are forward is from the 1st of August all the way to the 10th, right? Exactly. And all the days for this month are actually from the 1st all the way to the from the 1st all the way to the 31st, right? So this is what is happening here on the get time function that I've been explaining to you, right? On the get time file, and there's a function that is called get days, right? So that's basically what we're getting here, right? Everything, right? To back to our calendar. In our calendar, we are displaying the month, right? The current month where we are in, we're displaying it here on the H1. Then we also have these, arrows that we can, if we handle a click there, we are able to go to the previous month, or we are able to go to the month which is ahead of us, right? And in between, we can just say today, right? So going to our UI, we're just trying to say this is what we're trying to say, right? You see, if I click on them, I can go to the previous month, I can go to the month ahead, and the month even ahead, and the month even forward, right? Just like that. Okay, let's go to the current month, which is the month of July, right? So this is our custom calendar is actually coming out, right? Okay, then here we're just looping over the days of the week and show them in a grid, just like that. But we now need to show the days, the current month and today, right? So we are doing something here, right? We are saying if it's the current month and if it's today, the background should be these rows. So that's what you're showing there. You can see the 8th is actually in a rows background, right? So that's basically something that we're doing there. So this is the custom calendar that we're showing, right? And I think there's also something that we are doing on this. It's a button actually. We are actually handling an on-click function, and it allows us to select the date for today, right? And set the date for today, right? So this is the good time now to go into our state management, right? Our state management, I just put it in the lib folder, created a file called store.ts, and let me explain now what we're using our state management for, right? So the library I'm using is actually called Zustand, right? It's a great library, simple to use, right? You just plug and play, right? You don't even need to create, like a wrapper, right? You just plug and play in your application. So I like this library so much when I'm handling state, which is not that complex, right? Okay, so this is the documentation. You can follow how to create store. It's simple to follow, right? Perfect. So let's go and see how I did mine, right? So yeah, you import create from Zustand, and if you also need to display in your developer tools on your browser, you can also get out of this, right? Since I'm using TypeScript, they allow us to put these parentheses here, right? After the type, right? Okay, so this is how to do it. You can just take a look on the documentation in Zustand. If you want to display this use date in a developer tools, this is how to do it, right? So they set and get, right? So we can say get date, and it's a function, and we return the selected date. The selected date, the initial state will be the new date of today. Otherwise, if we call the function set date, we can select the set date that we've chosen, right? There's also a function called use lesson type store, right? So inside there, we can get to set the lesson type, or we can get the lesson that has been set, right? So the lesson type, the initial will be driving. We just put in, that will be the initial state, right? Okay, then there's also a booking state, right? This allows us to add bookings, right? So when a user comes to our platform, they will be able to add a booking. So there will be a function to add a booking. This is the function to add a booking, right? And on that booking, there's some things that we're doing there, right? We can also delete a booking, or can just reset a booking, right? So this is basically our state management. So Zustand is simple to use, right? And you can see I'm actually importing some types that I've created. So I've updated my types folder, and I just put a file called index.ts, and these are the types that I've created that I'm actually using in my Zustand store, right? Exactly. So make sure you update your types as well, and you import them in your Zustand store, and now be able to create, you know, your functions, your states here inside Zustand, right? So once that is updated, you're now actually able to use your state management inside your maybe your custom calendar. So to use Zustand is easy. You just import the function, right? For example, here you just import like set state. You're getting it from use date data, right? Which you're actually getting from what? The store. Just like that. Once you get it, then you can be able to use it, right? So where are we calling set date here? We are calling it on this on click, right? We'll see everything in action once we have added some data for this particular instructor, right? But for now, let's just update our code to be like this, right? It will make sense just in a moment, right? And also in terms of state as well, we are getting the function set lesson type and also getting the lesson type here, right? We're using Zustand as well. So when we hit on select, right? So if we go to our UI, and we do something like this, so Zustand under the hood is going to update our state, right? Just take a look at this button, right? If I select driving, it's going to change to driving. If I select to learners, it's going to select to learners, right? So basically that's what we are doing. Okay, right. That's the purpose of our state management, right? So I've explained it here, right? Where else do I need to explain? Not here. Time selector. Did I explain this time selector? Right. So on the time selector, we are also getting hold of state on multiple instances, just like here, right? So you just need to pay attention here, right? The way we are doing it, we need you see this in action, right? You're going to see this in action soon once we have added some data for the instructor and allow showing or displaying of times, right? But we'll be able to display times on the UI. For example, if you click this date, there should be times that will be displayed here, right? And on those times, if you click on each and every time, they will show on this side, right? So that's why we have the component time selector, right? So on the time selector, I don't think I have to explain everything now as yet, all these functions, unless you can just update your code to match mine. Then in the next video, I can be able to explain what's happening here once we have added some data for an instructor, right? So just update your code to match mine, right? So if everything goes well, you should be able to see a UI which looks like mine, which it looks exactly like mine, right? So we now need to go back to the dashboard and work on the instructor side of things, so that instructor can be able to add lessons or to add times which will be available for a user for booking, right? So let's go ahead and do that. All right, now we are focusing on working on the instructor portal, right? So you can see I've changed the user here, right? I've changed the user, and according to the setup that we did earlier on in the previous discussions, is that we have actually modified how our drop down avatar nav menu here shows, right? I've just made an adjustment here, so you can quickly go and update your code as well. So the adjustment that I just did is actually on the avatar nav component, right? The avatar nav component, I've made sure like on this drop down menu, there is actually a logout icon as well as the logout button, right? Right, cool. So that's this logout button need to show like this, right? So I'm logged in as an instructor, and we've already changed, I know, some of the users to be an instructor, right? So as soon as that user has got a role of an instructor, Then even the navigation, right, the sidebar navigation now shows that this routes are actually for the instructor, right? You can see it's now showing a portal. You can show bookings and also messages, right? Okay, so there's a heavy lifting that we should do here, right? So if we click here and click to where it says to portal, we should be directed to this page that looks like this, right? Which is an instructor dashboard, right? And you can see our breadcrumb is still working fine. So the thing that we need to build the code is for this particular component that we're seeing here, right? It has time slots, right? You see it's scrollable as well. So it has all the time slots with an interval of 30 minutes in between, right? Because we understand, like, usually a driving lesson lasts around 30 minutes to an hour. So you can be able to choose as an instructor which times you are available to render those driving lessons, or rather learners lessons, right? Okay, cool, right? So we're going to be building this. So that's I've already typed in the code, and I've already did everything here, right? So we're gonna go through the code, right? And let's go to our code editor and see the code for that, right? So on our code editor, we actually need a route, right? We need a route. So inside our app directory, let's create open parentheses and organize nicely this route, which is called portal, right? And create another folder and say portal, right? You initialize the route by writing page.tsx, and our page.tsx, we need all these other imports that we need. So we need our breadcrumb, we have it there. Then we need this component called add date and times, right? Add date and times. And also we need another component called instructor time slots, right? You will see all these in action now, right? And we are assuming like the person who is logged in now is actually an instructor, right? So from there, we're actually able to get the instructor's profile, right? From the instructor's profile, we'll need an ID, right? We'll need an ID, and this ID, we will use it when we are adding dates and times, right? Perfect. That's in line with our schema, right? So let's quickly look at our Prisma schema, and we are about to add time slots. Adding time slots requires an instructor ID, because when we are doing some database lookups, we will need to see the relationship of an instructor ID and the time slots, right? So that's why we need that. All right, so let's proceed and look into this add date and times component, how it looks like, right? So it is actually your form, and we've been doing this for long now, right? So there's our form that we have here, right? And just on top of this component, we have the title, and also we have this div here that says selected times. This will allow you to show the times that we've selected, right? If you click on the times, they will show on top here, right? We'll see this right now in action, right? So quickly update your code to match mine, right? And also you need a form. So this form has got various items inside of it, right? There's a date, we need the date, right? So we need to specify which date we are selecting. So we use a calendar that comes from Shadcn, and also we need times. So these times we also need to capture them, right? And we are capturing them in a means of a checkbox, right? Okay, exactly. And this is how we are just displaying them as a label each and every time, right? Exactly. Then we've got a loading button here that when you click submit, it's supposed to show us what's happening currently, right? Cool. So let's look at the code, right? So the code is like this. We're using server actions as well, right? So this function is invoking a server action, and we are just getting hold of form data. In that form data, we make sure like we serialize everything to be able to send to the database, right? So this is our action, our server action. It's called add slots. So the add slots, we need the instructor ID and the form data, right? So there's our action.ts, and the function is called add slots. It gets these arguments, instructor ID and form data, right? Now when we receive the form data on the back end, we need to convert some of the things, because it will be sent as a string, and then we need to convert from date to string and do all those serializing and deserializing of data in the back end, right? And also, yeah, each and every time when we get hold of term, we need to make sure, like, you know, that time, which is a string, is converted back again to what, to date, right? So I've made some comments here which says convert times from JSON string to array of date objects, and here we're converting the date. So here we're converting the times, and here we're converting the date, right? Then the remaining entries which don't need any serializing, we just, you know, doing something like this, right? Exactly. Cool. Then we are also making use of our schema, right? For validation, we need to make sure like what we receive is actually what we really need, right? So we are then we are then making validations here, right? So in that case of validation, we go up back again into our lib folder under Zod validations. We have added a new schema, which is add time slot schema, and we're just getting hold of the date, you know, the type of the lesson, which is a string, and also these times now they're a type of an array, so we're using Zod.array, exactly, right? Just like that. Okay, then we export the types as times value slots, like that, right? So we are using that as well in the actions, right? Exactly. Then the lesson type, it's an enum, so we need to specify exactly that this is an enum and convert it to something readable, right? Okay, so before we post anything to a database, we need to check if a time slot, right? So a time slot will have a key value of a date, right? So we need to check if the date, there's a date with time slots. We need to say no, don't post this, because we don't want a situation where someone where an instructor is able to mistakenly post, you know, same time slots on the same date, right? So we just putting a guard here, right? And also when there's no instructor ID, right, we just putting for precaution purposes that the time slots should not be created. Otherwise, if everything is cool, then we can just create time slots like that, right? So these are the time slots where a user, when they go on that particular instructor, they can choose these time slots, right? Okay, so we're using server actions. We can run a revalidate path here, and we can just revalidate the portal path, right? So make sure you update your data to be exactly as mine, right? Update your data to your code to be exactly as mine, right? Then let's go now into our add date and times again, right? So we've discussed about this function here. When we click on submit, what happens here, and when we send to the back end, when you invoke our server action, we've discussed that how it's going to work, right? And we are making use of the form. This form, we've been using it multiple times, right? But there are some things to note here, right? Okay, some things to note is that when we select a date, right, when we select a date, we need a way, if we click that date, we are saving these dates as a key and a date, so it's like an object which is of a key, which is a string, and the value should be a date value, right? So at the end you have something like this, like for this particular date you have an array of times, right? So if today is the 9th of July, you can select multiple times, which is maybe something like 9:00 hours, 10:00 hours, 11:00 hours, 12:00 hours, and all of them you put them in an array, right? So we are using a key value pair here as state, because I just have scalability in mind. Currently you can only add one date with multiple times, right? But in the future we want to scale this application so that there will be bulk adding of times and dates, you know, by an instructor, right? So we need to do things like updating times, adding times from a CSV kind of a document, and all those things, right? Okay, so we need a way of handling time click, right? So when we click a time, right, we need to select, we need a date that is available for that particular time, right? We need that date, and when we handle select time, we need to push it to what, to the selected times, right? Let's see what this code is actually doing in action, right? Let's see what this code is doing in action, right? Okay, so let's go to our UI, right? There's our UI. First of all, we need to select a lesson type, right? Select a lesson type, which is driving, and let's select a date. We've selected the date here, the 9th of July, right? Now, this is the key. July 9th, 2024 is actually the key, right? But when we select a time like this, let's say I select 04:30 hours, right? Inside our storage, inside our state, we have a key of the date. Then we've got an array which is these times, right? We've got an array which is these times, right? So now on the UI, we're actually showing those selected times, right, for the instructor to know which times he or she has selected, right? We can even unselect and it's removed from the state, right? We can reselect it again. So that's basically what this code is doing here, right? So this code has got a date key, right, which is a key, and the remaining, when you hit select, right, when you hit select, then it's going to update the times, right? If you deselect, it's going to remove the times again. So the times you are pushing into an array, or else you're removing from an array. This is what this function is doing, update times, right? Now for displaying purposes, we are putting everything in state, which is a selected times for date, right? And we compare the date for today versus the times which have been selected, right? So that's basically what this code is doing here, right? What you can do, you can just copy and paste this into maybe one of the AI tools available there and see exactly an explanation in your own words, in simplicity, what this code is doing. But it's the way of just handling time. When you click on a time, we need to show it to the user, who's the instructor in this case, and also we need to update our state. That's basically what's happening here, right? Exactly. So right then, having everything for validating with our zone, making sure like we have the correct types here, and then we can just simply hit on submit, right? And when you submit, we should be able to see a time slot here, right? So currently you see there's no time slot available here, right? So let's try to go and hit submit. So if we hit submit, it's loading, and after everything is updated, we should be able to see a card here with time slots here, right? Okay, so the time slot edit, and there is a card here, right? Okay, so in the future updates that we want to do, we want to have a cron job, right? A cron job that allows us to automatically delete these time slots. Let's say today will be the 12th or the 13th of July. We need to delete these expired time slots. So do an update of that when we do the version 2 of this application, right? Okay, so for the time slot which is being added here, let's look into the code of that, right? For the time slot, then we've said on the page as well, instructors time slots, right? So when we get the instructor, we also get the time slots, right? So to get the instructor, we are using this function here, and this function we are actually getting it from where? User data, right? Get user data. So let's look into that data, which is get user data, right? And this is the function that you're actually calling, right? So we get an instructor by user ID. These are different, right? There's a user ID which is related to an instructor, right? But this instructor is actually the instructor object itself. There's no relationship here, right? So we are getting this one that has got a relationship, and we are saying get that instructor where there's a user ID, then include the time slots as well, right? So on the time slots, now when we go on our front end, we are actually able to get the instructor together with the time slots. You can see the types here highlighted, right? You can see the types highlighted. We are first getting time slots. It's a promise time slots based on a user ID. Then down here we're actually getting the instructor object. Perfect. So once we get that, we just fetch to find if there are any slots, right? Then we pass them as props to instructor time slots. So our instructor time slots is like this. There's an instructor time slots component. There's got we have an h2 header here to just show us the current time slots which are available, and it's basically a card, right? If there are slots available, map them and show us the card with the date of the time slot and this time slot type, either driving or learners, right? Just like that. Perfect. So that's what we have. All right, so that's basically it in terms of adding a time slot. And once we added this time slot, it means we should now be able to see the times available on the user side of things. So for that, we can go back to the user side of things, and we should be able to click where it says view, right? And when you click where it says view, we should be directed to this particular instructor, right? And be able to see which time slots are available for this particular instructor, right? So let's have that now showing, right? So there's the page, right? There's the page, and today is the 9th. Then you can see there are time slots which are available here, right? Exactly. And the default lesson is driving. But if I select a different lesson type, for example learners, you see there is no time slots available to be booked, right? If I select drivers, you can see there's driving lessons available here, right? But you're actually not able to click this button because you haven't selected anything as a regular user, right? Let's say if I click a different date on the 10th, driving lessons, are there time slots available? Nope. If I click on the 11th, no time slots available, you see? But if I click on the 9th, driving lessons, they're available. But if they're learners lessons, they're not available, right? Perfect, right? Then if I try to click on each and time slot like that, then this button now allows me to click it to book driving lessons, right? Okay, so now it means we have concluded this part of adding time slots and also making them available to the user, right? Okay, so there's also some refactoring that you will need to do in the next version as well, which is with regards to this layout here, right? But for readability purposes and also people who are actually beginners, I just left it like that because you can see this is the same layout that we have on the dashboard as well, right? On the dashboard, they're the same layout. The only difference is these routes only, and as well as this text, right? So we'll do a refactoring of that later on, right? Okay, so remember in the last discussion I told you about me coming back to discuss this component here, which is a custom calendar, right? Custom calendar, and also discussing handling of selected dates and also choosing the date, which is the current date, right? And making sure like what's happening on our current calendar, right? So you've seen what I've done on my current calendar, right? Let me go back on this custom calendar. If I select a particular time for this particular date, you can see it says your selected date and times are as follows. Today, the day I've selected is July the 9th, and the time that I've selected is this one. I can unselect it and it goes like that. I can reselect it again and select a different time slot, and you can see all of them there here, right? So if you click on each and every date, there's a filtering that is happening behind the scenes based on this lesson type as well as the date, and also if there are available time slots, right? So that's basically what this code is doing here, right? So if we do an on click, we are selecting the date to make sure like the date that we've selected, are there any available time slots, right? So when we select a date, we're going to set a date which is available in our state by using Zustand, right? And that date, if it's selected, we have a different background, just like that. Okay, with a different background, and we're doing some filtering, right? We're doing some filtering. And where are we doing those filtering, right? When we select the date here, then the filtering actually is happening I think on the time selector, right? Time selector. Let's see, not on the time selector. Let's see. Times, yes, it's actually happening on the time selector. So depending on the date that we're selecting, then that date, we've got the times which are available here. Then there's a filtering that is actually happening, right? A filtering that is happening behind the scenes, which is actually these select the times for dates, right? So if there are those times, then we are actually able to display them, right? Perfect. So that's the whole code that we have. If you are done with that, then you can quickly update your code to match exactly my code, and don't forget to commit, right? Don't forget to commit. And also please make sure, like, when you're updating your code, you add all the components and dependencies which are required, right? Exactly. So the next step we need to do now is now to update our basket, and we should be able to proceed to the paying page, right? Exactly. So that's the next step what we're going to do, right? So this is on the user side of things, not on the portal, but on the user side of things. We are pretty much done on the portal side of things. The next thing we just need to update is actually the bookings available, and as well as the messages, right? But let's proceed on the user side of things. All right, so what we need here is actually an option to be able to click the pay page, this basket, and we should be directed to a page which is called the pay page, which actually looks like this, right? And on that pay page, we should have our payment methods. The default one which will be selected by default is actually the card. We can select the cash as well, right? Exactly, right? So these are the two payment methods, and for our card, we're just going to imitate, paying by card using our Zod validations, but actually in production or in a real world working app, you should basically actually use a payment gateway, maybe a Stripe or Lemon Squeezy or PayPal, right? Depends on your, right? So we're going to have that again in version 2, right? And on top here, you should be able to see the time slots selected by the user and also the total amount here, right? So let's go and see how we can be able to select these lessons and click book driving lessons, and we should be able to see an update with the number here. You can see it's very here, right? So actually, let's just try to select a random date. So maybe on the 11th there's nothing, 12th there's nothing. So let's just select the 9th, and let's select the driving, and let's select these times. Let's select 8:30 and 10:30. The times are here and the date is here. If we are happy to do it, we can just go and proceed and click book driving lessons, right? But before we do that, I would like to show you something. I think I have put an option for us to be able to, if you are not logged in, we should be directed to log in, right? So when we click book driving lessons, let's see what we did on our tabs. There's an option for us to restrict adding to cart without being logged in, right? So let's go with choose instructor, tab selector, and see which implementation did we actually had there, right? So we need the function that says add to booking, right? So on our submit function, what do we have? There we have, okay, there we have, we're actually sending in a toast, right, to say log in first, right? So if there's no user who's logged in, we should show a toast to say log in first, you know, before submitting a booking, right? Okay, right, so that's what we have. And let's go now back and try to add something, right? So book driving lesson, we should be able to see one item in cart, right? So let me click booking, says booking edit, and you can see now there's one item in cart, right? Just like that. Okay, cool. So let's see how this implementation really works behind the scenes on the code, right? So for the code, that we actually need a route which is actually called pay, right? We have the time selector already, that's working already. So we need to update the basket, right? I think we need to update the basket item component, which is actually in common basket item, and we'll get hold of our Zustand store, right? We've said that already, so let's quickly take a look at that. We've set it up already. This is what we said, bookings, right? So bookings, we've got functions that says add to booking. What we're actually doing, we're checking in if an item does not exist in this booking array, in this bookings array, and if it does not exist, if it exists, booking is equals to item. If it does not exist, if this item does not exist, then we should add that item. But if it exists, we should just bring back the current items which is actually in the cart, right? And there's also some functions like delete booking. We can delete an item from a booking, right? So we are making use of our state validation here, state management, which is Zustand, and we're making use of this use booking store, right? Okay, so that's what we have updated on our code to count the number of items which are actually available in state. And when we get hold of those bookings, it's an array. If we say bookings.length, we're actually able to see how many items are in our cart, which is, in this case, it's only one item which is in our cart, right? So let's quickly just do, perhaps right click and say inspect here, right? Would like to inspect something, because remember we have dev tools enabled on our state management, which is Zustand, right? So if you go in our developer tools and Zustand, I think behind the hood it uses Redux, right? It uses Redux behind the hood. So if we click where it says Redux, we should be able to see bookings here, which is an array, and it has these items, right? You can see we've got a date and the times, then the costs and the type of the lesson and the instructor ID, right? That's what we specified, right? Okay, so this cost is 17. Let's go to the instructor, and you can see, was it a driving lesson? Okay, so whenever you are adding the instructor details, make sure like the price you specify here is the price that's going to be available for the user, right? But in our case, it's fine. We'd done things vice versa, right? So it's fine. That's what we have. And let's go back to our code again, right? So this is with regards to the basket item, right? Now looking at the pay page. Now if we go to the pay page, right? If we go to the pay page, let's look at our UI. If we go to our pay page, we should be able to see that one item which is in the basket. We should be able to see it here, right? So let me quickly refresh, and let's be able to display the things in the basket here, right? So the items in the basket, they should be able to display right now, right? So while that is loading, we have a pay page, which is this one, right? So looking at our code, we have to create a new route, and that new route, initialize it with the page.tsx, and inside you can see we're getting hold of the user. We're just protecting this route for now. We're gonna do it for the other pages, right, that we have omitted, like your dashboard and your portal. We need to do this on later on, right? So first we've got the booking items. So these booking items is actually the bookings, right, which are available in our state. So you can see here we've got bookings here, right, and bookings array, and also a function to be able to delete items, right. And what we are doing, actually we're calculating the bookings that we have and the amount, right. So a user can actually do maybe 5 bookings, and what we need to do from those bookings that we have, we need to calculate the total amount they're supposed to pay, right. So that's what this function is actually doing here, right. So if we don't want to have hydration errors, let's just use this use effect here, use effect hook here, right. Cool. Right, so we actually have a table, right. That's where we're displaying the lesson, the cost, and an option to delete, right. So we're just using a table here, right, and also being able to delete the total, be able to calculate the total for the bookings available, right. So let's quickly go into our UI, and we don't, yeah, there we are. We can be able to see for this date we've got this lesson type which costs this amount, and we've booked 2 time slots, right. So each time slot is $17, right. $17 times 2 will give us the total of 34, right. If we have to add another item here, it will show again here, right. Okay, perfect. And we've got an option to actually be able to delete that item. Okay, be able to click here, and the item is gone, and the total value comes to 0, right. Perfect. Okay, let's go back again and add that item to process the current booking. Okay, so it's actually reading that we have a booking actually, right. So let me just refresh here so that that booking, you know, the state on this page updates, right. So on the 9th, I'm going to select these 2 time slots that I've selected earlier on, right. Let me wait for it to update. So while it's doing that, let's look at the other elements we need to look at. So that was the booking item, right. It just shows us what we have in terms of bookings, right. Then there is the payment methods, right. On our payment methods, I am just basically using a radio group. You can see I've already added it from Shadcn. So the radio group allows me to toggle between cash and, you know, card, right. So when I click on the radio card, which is for cash, it should set the payment method to cash. If I click on the card radio group item, it should be able to set the payment method to card, right. So depending on the payment method that is available, I'm going to add that method as a prop to each payment method, right. So on the payment method for the card, we're receiving a prop of a method which is a string. In this case should be card, right. And what we are doing as a payment method, we're receiving those bookings which are available, right, and we're changing the payment method here to uppercase because we actually need it in our database, right. If you look at our schema, and let's look at bookings, right. Let's look at bookings. You can see the payment method. There's a payment method which can be either card or cash, right. So these are all the details that we need in a booking. We need a booking number, we need a cost, we need a date, we need an address of the user, which is optional, right. And the other things like user ID and instructor ID, right. So if we go to card payment now, on our form, we're actually getting hold of those bookings as well as the payment method, right. So the other items, since this is a currently logged in user, we can simply get them from the current session, right. Okay, so this is basically a form, right. It's basically a form which has got the card number and the month, and we're just imitating a card, but in real production you don't use this. You won't be using this, right. Just use a payment gateway. You don't mess around with people's monies, right. But for the sake of learning, it's very important for you to just see a little bit of what happens behind the scenes when they're doing some validations here, right. So for that, you can see we are doing some validations on our card payment, you know, form here, right. And we're using card details values as well as card details schema. So for that, if we go into the Zod validations, on our Zod validations, you can see our card details schema. We need the name of the person, the card number. This is a validation that, you know, you can just play around and see how it works, right? So for credit card validation, we need to create a custom validation here, right? Using these regex, you know, I think I saw this on a Stack Overflow, right? I think I saw already. I'm not so sure where I found it, of how you can be able to, you know, validate the numbers that you get from a credit card number, right? I think I got this. I should have I was supposed to put the link where I found this Zod validation here, right? But if you Google this, right, you should be able to get this type of validation on Google, right? Okay, so using that validation, it allows us to put, you know, to imitate, you know, real card details, right? In our case, it's just 4 and a lot of 1s, right? Okay, so that schema, and also the CVC number, it must be a number as well, and the month and the year. So these are usually the details that we put on a card, right? For that, we get those values which are typed, in this case our card details schema, right? Then when we say add bookings, we're gonna put bookings and the payment method here, right, which is this, right? And everything, if we validate everything, if everything goes well, then we should be able to reset booking, right? So reset booking is actually make this array which has got something to here to be actually empty, right? And let's look now at our action, our server action, which is add bookings. So add bookings, now this is what happens, right? We're going to take these arguments in our function, which is add booking. We're going to get these arguments, right? And also we need this function as well, right? This function, now we need to set the payment method that we receive, right, which is a string. We need to set it to the type according to our Prisma client, right? That's what we are basically doing this, right? So we are assuming the person who's currently logged in, that's the person who's actually making a booking, because you're not actually able to make a booking without being authenticated, right? Exactly, right? So this is where we're getting the user details who's actually booking this booking. So if there's no user, you cannot be able to provoke this server action, right? But now we need to do something. Our booking has got different types, like, you know, we have your key value pairs of a string and a date, right? So we need a way of being able to sanitize those, right, to make sure like we get the right types and be able to add that into our database. Because remember, when you scale up, we actually need to be able to send some notifications to the user to say, okay, your time is almost approaching for you to have a lesson, right? If you look into my readme, I've made some writings with regards to what we need to do in terms of refactoring and updates, so you can take a look at there, right? So the one that I'm talking about now is to send an email notification to a user when a lesson is about to start. So let's say if your lesson is starting at 1200 hours, at 1100 hours you should be able to send you a notification to your email, right? So this is how we need to upgrade this this application to, right? It needs to be a fully functional application, right? Okay, so for that we need to capture the actual dates and add them in the database, right? Cool. And we can make use of cron jobs and notifications from Noc to be able to send notifications, right? So what we are doing, okay, looking at this code, right, we need to just check the instructor time slots, right, which are available. So let's say, for example, here we say this is this constant here is the instructor time slots. So we need to find time slots where the instructor ID is equals to instructor ID that we provide, and also check the date, right? So from that date we need to see which time slots are available, right? So based on these time slots that we're adding, let's say for example now we're adding 0800 hours and 100 hours, right? We need to be able to remove them from the slot, those time slots, right, and only remain with the time slots which are available, right? Okay, for that particular date. So this is basically what we're doing here, right? Then we can just say update time slots where data is equals to data, right? That is if, you know, for this particular function here, right? For this particular function. Otherwise, what we need to do is just to create a new booking, right? Remember the time slots have already been added, right, by the instructor, right? So the instructor will put time slots maybe from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. we are the bookings that are being made by a user here. It's from maybe 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Then this function, what's doing is updating those time slots which are available and only making sure like we remain with the time from 12 to 1, right? So that's what basically this is doing, right? So if everything else is updated, then the remaining time slots, what we are doing, we're just saying create a booking. There might be a lot of booking, so we are actually updating using create many. We're actually creating using create many. Remember what I said, a user might have a lot of bookings that they've chosen. They might choose a 1 week in advance, which means 7 days in advance with time slots with those days, right? So it will be many bookings for each day, right? So that's why we are using Prisma.create many here, right? If everything goes well, then we can say what, redirect the user to a page which is called bookings, right? Let's go to our UI and refresh. We would like to do a test, right? We like to do a test while we still here discussing this, right? So let's make sure like we have something in our basket or our pay page actually, and let's add something there, right? Okay, so while that page is still loading, please take note like according to our server action here, right? Please take note of something, that when a payment method, right, is equals to card, we want to set that payment method to true. We need to say the payment field, we need to set it to true, right? Because if we look at our schema, there's our schema here. Under booking, the paid is equals to false, right? To false, right? This means that if a person select a card method and they pay the payment successful, this should be set to true. But otherwise, if they're going to select a cache, maybe the payment by cache is going to happen only after the lesson is finished or during the time of, you know, doing the lesson, right? So we will update as soon as the instructor received his money, right? Okay, cool. So that's one thing to take note of, right? Okay, let's quickly, this page is taking time to load. We'll need to do a test. So currently there's an item in our basket, one item which is in our basket, right? So let's try, for example, for the same date that we have here, let's just try to select different time slots and say book driving lesson. You can see it says process the current booking in the basket first, right? Then if we go to the basket and process that basket, it means those time slots won't be available, right? So let's go and try to do that and see if these time slots are going to be updated and we won't be able to see them here, right? So let's go here, right, and see we've got 2 time slots and the total cost is this amount, and for now we can either have choose cache or card. So if we choose card, then we should be able to enter our card details here, right? So let's try to enter our card details. The name of the card is this name, and our card, I'm going to put the successful card, right, which is going to be the, you can keep on typing ones where after the 4, then keep on typing ones, right? And at a certain point the cursor will stop moving, right? In a month, you can just select any month, right? And I select a year, which is ahead, and just type in a random 3-digit number there, right? And if you click pay, you should see a loader here, and if everything goes well, we should be directed to a page which is going to be a 404 page, which is user bookings, right? But let's see what's going to happen from here. Then we can be able to, we need a way to be able to verify if these time slots are going to be removed, this one and this one, because we have already specified, we've already added them to a time slot, right? So I'll refresh here, right? This is still loading as well. Okay, I think the redirect is not working because we don't have on the front end, we don't have that user. Let's look into our console and see what's happening in our console, right? It says page not found, so we need to create that page, which is actually under user bookings, right? So let's quickly create that page right while we are here, and we'll like to try to provoke that functionality again, right? So we need a user route here. Okay, so we have got the administrator, the portal for the instructor page. So the other thing we need to create is a user route, right? So inside app, we can have a group, a route group in parentheses, and we can call it user, just like that. Hit enter, and inside again create a new folder as well, say user. Let's initialize this route or page and say page, it's actually page, right? Page.tsx, just like that. We initialize it like that. Okay, then inside there we should have another route which is for the bookings, right? Which is bookings. Let me just say bookings. Is it bookings or bookings? Bookings, just like that. And let's actually initialize that page again and say page .tsx, right? I can just say RAFCE to just quickly, you know, run a React snippet so that it can quickly create for me a component here, right? Once we have that, then we should be having a page here, right? For the sake of simplifying things, I just quickly populated that user route, right? That user route, I just quickly created it. And surprisingly, as soon as I added the bookings route and also this code inside here, right, to just initialize that booking page, right? What happened behind the scenes, it's like Nextjs had this promise in memory. Then as soon as I edit it, I was redirected straight to the user bookings, right? And if I come on my UI, I can be able to see already I'm directed to the user bookings, right? So while we are still there, there's a couple of things that I just did quickly. I've added a layout, which is this layout, which we'll need to refactor later on because we're using it on free multiple instances, right? So that will need to be refactored. And I just quickly added a page there just to initialize this route, right? So that is sorted out, and you can see I've been redirected to the user bookings, right? So let's close that user page for now. We're not focusing on it. We're actually on the payment side of things, right? Okay, so on the payment side of things, we'd selected a card, and we are redirected to the user bookings here, right? So what we need to see is when we come here, when you refresh, let's see if our code is really working well according to what we need. We should only be able to see 2 time slots which are remaining, because we've made it possible that our code should update the time slots available, right? So if 2 time slots have been taken away, there should be an update, and only the remaining time slots are the ones that should be shown to the next user who wants to book those time slots, right? And also what we will do next is that as soon as a time is paused, like for example it's the 9th, and if 8:30 is paused, we are not supposed to show this time. We should actually remove it, right? Okay, so surprisingly our code is not working the way it should. I'm not so sure what happens, but we can take a look into our database and let's see if we've got a bug that we need. All right, so apparently we actually have a bug, right? So as soon we hit book lessons, and we're expecting these time slots that we've selected to disappear from here according to our code, but there's an issue with regards to the time, like the times and dates, right? So the date that we've selected, the 9th, actually when it's saved in the database, it's actually saved as a UTC format, right? So let's look at the time slots that we do have here, right? So on the time slots, if you look at the date, there's a difference. This date is actually the 9th, and it's actually saving as, you know, with the time of 22:00 hours, right? And here actually on the driving, it was saved as 09:45, right? These times inside here, they're actually strings. They're being saved correctly, apparently. Yeah, they're being saved correctly, but this date is actually an issue. And if we have to look into our code, we actually querying the database using a date as well. So we're saying look for instructor time slots, and on those instructor time slots also look where the date is equals this particular date, right? I'm just going to do a console log here, right? And console log and see what we get in the console here, right? So let's go ahead and actually try to make a booking, right? So let's go here, and we've added everything in the cart currently, and we have selected a cart. There's the booking, right? So let's just put some random names here, and we have to put this cart number, right? And we have to select a date, a year, right? And let's just put some random CVC number here, right? And let's hit pay, right? So when we hit pay, we should be directed to user bookings page, right? It's gonna be to a redirect now, but currently let's quickly look into our console, right? Into our terminal, right? So if you look into our terminal, these times are actually correct, right? There's 07 and 09, but this time is actually giving us time zone of 0000. Hence we are getting a null value from the database when we query the instructor time slots, right? So we can see that we are actually not querying properly based on the date, right? So that is a bug. That is a bug that we need to fix, right? So I've made a note inside my readme file, right? Inside the readme file, I've made a note. It's something that we need to fix. I'll make a quick video for me to be able to fix that. So we need to remove time slots which have already been added to a booking. This is urgent, right? So watch out for a video, I think just a day or 2 days after this video, so that I can, you know, we can fix that. It's very important, because otherwise our application won't work the way it should, and it's not a great user experience, right? Okay, perfect. Right, so that we are done with a user being able to, you know, come on the platform and make a sign in, select a lesson type, and be able to make bookings. Although it's not working, it's not updating here, right? And say bookings, go to cart, make a payment, and after that they are redirected to the user bookings route, right? Because that's what we have on our code here, which is not 100% working according to us in terms of user experience, right? This is the action type here, right? So this action type, we need this to work with regards to this date. So we need to fix this date, right? We can either convert this to a string actually, right? Okay, so once everything is done, then we need to be redirected to user/bookings, right? Which we are actually redirected to, right? So for the sake of saving time, what I just did, I've already populated code for the user route. So the user route, for simplicity purposes, I just quickly created a user route, right? This is the user route in that group of user, right? And inside we've got the bookings route as well as just the layout, right? Remember, this layout will need to refactor it later on in the upcoming version 2, right? But on the page, you can see on the page here, we're actually getting hold of this session, the current user, and we have an auth guard, right? So that if there is no authorized user, we are supposed to redirect them to the sign-in page, and we're actually getting hold of a user. So we say we need this user object. So this is a user which is actually has all the fields, right? And the user type is actually from Prisma client. This time around it's not from Nextjs because we need the details of this particular user so that we can have them in a component called user account form. So a user account form is the same form that we have when we register a new user, right? This is exactly the same form. The only difference is that we have default values, right? So we have default values of a phone number, name, and address. Remember, this person is already logged in, so we're giving them an option to be able to update their details, right? So that's the only difference, but otherwise it's actually the same as the contact details form, right? And also we are using the same, server action, yeah, right? We're using the same server action, right? Okay, cool, perfect. So the other things to note is that make sure if you are getting an error, you update this phone, right, and give it this type, right? That's the type that we're using from this library, depending on your local your locality, right? So for my example, in my location that I'm recording this video currently, if I have to look at ZOD validations, the default country, the code is ZA, right? So if you're in UK, I think it's UK. If you're in Australia, I think AUS. If you're in the United States, actually maybe US. If you're in Germany, I think it's GR, right? You can just look for your default country where you are, right? For us to make a TypeScript happy on this default value of a phone here, right? So just import the type from this library and make sure you have it here. And also if you go to your ZOD validations, we also have made an adjustment on the where it says return phone number as, and cast this type that you also gained from this library, cast it to this object here of a Z form, right? So that's that inside the user. It's a user account. So if we go back to our UI, we should be able to click where it says user account here, right? User account, right? Just like that. And you should be able to see that form right here, right? There is the form, and it's got the default values which we get already from the current logged in user. So these are the details. So if you want to change, we can quickly change here, make a change here, and here we can quickly make a change to update the user. And here we can just maybe say 6, and if you hit update, we're gonna receive a toast 666, and this is updated actually, right? Cool. And I also made populated code for the times bookings. Actually, these are the bookings, right? So as a user, you're actually able to come and see the bookings that you have made, the date that you're supposed to take that booking, and also you can view the sessions that you're supposed to undertake, right? And also the instructor that you are supposed to do the lessons with, right? And let's look at the code for this, right? So if we go to our code, and we've got a route bookings inside here, right? Inside bookings, inside user, and we can initialize the page. So the page.tsx, and inside you can see we are actually getting bookings, and we say await get user bookings. So for that, we need to fetch data. We need a new file inside our lib called getbookings.ts, right? And inside we are just fetching the user bookings, and from those user bookings we are also including the instructor, right? The instructor based on the ID, right? So this is the instructor who's supposed to assist or to conduct this particular lesson, right? If we get that whole data, then we can be able to use it inside. Yeah, that's what we're getting here. And we've got a component called bookings filter. This is just a dummy component. Currently it's not working, right? But we would like to update it to be able to filter bookings based on them. What do we have here? I think we have the year, right? Based on the year, as well as the lesson type, right? So in version 2, we're going to implement this so that when you select like this and hit search, we're actually supposed to do a filtering here of the bookings, right? Perfect. Let's move on and let's look at the next. So this is it. Just make sure you update your code, right? There's nothing much, there's no functionality here as yet, right? Then the booking card, now this is what we are displaying the bookings. It's just basically a card, right? And it's actually getting these props, right? So these are the props that it's getting. So in the future version, we're going to implement a way whereby a user can be able to do cancellation on a booking that they've made, right? So depending on the rules and policies and terms of use that you have as a business, we're going to implement this feature as well. But basically it's a card that's just displaying, you know, the details of your booking, just like that. Perfect. Make sure you update your code. Once you update your code and make all the imports inside your bookings page, right? Once you have that, and you can also loop or map over all the bookings that you have for this particular user, right? And later on, when we include filtering here, it should allow us to get bookings based on the filters that we have specified, right? So if that's the case, you've updated your code just like that, you should now have a user portal, which is like this, where you have the account to update the account, as well as the booking side of things where you can view your bookings, right? So we've made tremendous progress so far. What we need to do now is now to go to the dashboard of the administrator and make sure like we just get all these other bookings and other elements that we can be able to display that side, right? So let's go and do that now. All right, let's look into our dashboard, and currently we've done a lot of heavy lifting. The remaining of the things we're focusing on now is just displaying the data, getting hold of the data, and do pretty much the same things that we've done before. So we're not going to waste much time from now onwards, right? Currently I'm logged in as an instructor here, right? The way I know that is because I've got this route here that leads me to the portal, right? So I've updated the administrator route, which we have termed dashboard. I've added some other routes, for example the bookings, instructors, and time slots, and also the users, right? And also the portal as well. I've added another route, which is bookings, and inside I've made some edits into that, right? Let's look into these routes, right? For example, right? But before we go there, I've put some Authjs. Like for example, if you come to the dashboard, you can see actually like there's an Authj, right? Let's quickly look at the documentation for Nextjs. If we come to Nextjs and look under authentication, we are actually told like you can do something in the server components where you can conditionally render the URL elements based on the user's role. We're going to follow this guideline on all our pages, our server components pages, which is actually the portal, the instructor portal, or the admin dashboard, as well as the user portal, right? Exactly, that's what we're going to follow. So let's look at some of that in our code. First of all, let's look at the dashboard side of things. This is the administrator dashboard, right? We need to look for the current session, and that current session we need to know if there's a user. If there's a user, right, and their user role is not an administrator, they should be redirected to the home page. Otherwise, if there is no user at all, you should authenticate them and redirect them to the dashboard, right? So currently we're logged in as an instructor, right? As an instructor here, right? So let's just try to go to the dashboard and see if we are actually authenticated to go there. right? So I've clicked where it says dashboard. It's going to load here, right? It's going to try, and you can see there's a redirect back to us. We sent back to what? To the home page, right? But let's try to go to the portal, for example, and see if we're able to go to the portal, right? Because our user role is an instructor in this case, right? We're gonna wait for that to load, right? But let's quickly look at our code. We should be authenticated to come here because the user who's currently logged in is actually an instructor. You can see we actually redirected to the instructor dashboard, right? Or rather the instructor portal, right? Yeah, exactly, right. So I've made a lot of updates. The bookings, right? We've made these components earlier on long back. So what we're just doing is just to search data and present them. We made the breadcrumb already, right? And we also need a data table to display all the bookings that have been made on our platform. And for that we have the columns. So we make admin columns, and this is actually the columns for the administrator bookings, right? And one thing to note here is that we are actually making a union type here, right? Because what we get from the booking, we don't have the instructor as well as the user. So we are making a union of the booking type. Then we add an instructor object. What we need from instructor object is just basically the name, the phone number, right? And from a user, we just need the name and the email, right? Then when we go to our booking, you can see there's something that we call flattening the instructor properties, right? Because on the bookings we don't have the type of a user, right, as well as an instructor. But if we do something like this, we can be able to get hold of that object of instructor as well as the user, right? And based on the relationships that we have specified in our schema, we are actually able to make database queries, and using this instructor ID we can actually be able to get some information about the instructor based on this ID as well as the user, right? And we can bind them together. Then we can get just one object, or one round trip to the database, right? So that's basically what we are doing here, right? So I've updated that. Make sure you update your admin bookings columns. You have this file, and make sure you update it here, right? And let's see, is there anything that we are doing in terms of this? There's nothing else, no functionality that we're doing, right? So what we just need is just to update those columns, right? And we should be able to see the administrator bookings columns, right? And I will do I'll log out soon from this instructor profile, but I've also done administrator bookings, right? So these are only the bookings that pertain to this instructor, right? Okay, so let me click here where it says bookings, and we should be redirected here very soon, right? I'll click there. We should be redirected there very soon, right? So while that is actually updating, let me check while that is updating, let's look into the instructor's bookings, right? So this is the bookings for the dashboard for the administrator. Then we also have bookings for the instructor under the route portal, right? Okay, so inside there we've got the bookings. It's pretty much the same as the administrator, right? It's pretty much the same as the administrator. There's the page. Make sure you update your page to be exactly as mine, right? Once you update your page exactly as mine, then you also need the columns for the instructor, right? I think there's a little bit of difference in terms of the instructors columns, right? Because we do have something called editor booking, right? So this is just a separate component where it takes a props of ID and also the status and the payment method, right? So we need a way to update the bookings, right? We need a way to be able to update the bookings here, right? So editing a booking component, we have this component that we have here, right? it takes these props, the ID, the status, the payment method, right? And you make sure like the status is actually a type that we get from Prisma client, right? And we just make sure like we put it here as a const, just for us to be able to work with this particular form that we have here, right? Exactly, right? So we've done this pretty much earlier on. It's just the form that we get from Shadcn, and we're using it here, right? Okay, so once we have that, our bookings page on our portal, it's updated. And if we have to look into the bookings page, we also have an auth guide that we have here, right? And this time around, the user role is an instructor, right? Okay, so we get the bookings, we transform them, we flatten, because what we're getting on the instructor bookings is that we only we are actually specifying to say this booking should come with the user. Is it the booking that I'm looking for? Yeah, that's the one, right? It also has an object of a user here as well, right? Perfect. Right, so once we have that out of the way, make sure I update your code to match exactly mine. This is pretty much the same that we've done before, right? And let's go back now to the dashboard where we're working on. We talked about the bookings of the admin. Right now we're talking about the bookings of the instructor, right? And the other thing that we've done in the dashboard for the administrator is the time slot page. It's pretty much the same, right? Pretty much the same. Make sure you update your code, make sure you fetch time slots, and also make sure you have that file get time slots all the way inside what the lib folder and the file called get time slots, right? So this is the time slots that you're getting, and make sure you include an instructor just like that. You retain those time slots. Once you retain those time slots, then in the pages of the time slots, you are actually transforming the time slots that you're getting. Why? Because you need to use it on your data data here where you have these columns, right? So if you look at the admin time slots columns, you can see we're getting the time slots type, and we are making a union to include this object of a table instructor, right? Make sure you update your code to be exactly as mine, right? So once that is updated, we can move on to the next step, right? Good. All right, the instructors bookings page is fully loaded, right? And you can see this is how it's displaying on the UI, right? We are actually able to do some filtering here based on the email, and also we can be able to do some edits here, right? And change the type to either being completed or maybe cancelled, or any of the things, right? Depending on the status, right? And we can be able to do selection as well, just like that, right? And we can be able to search by email, but that's the only email that is there, right? Okay, so perfect. So what we're going to do right now is just to log out as an instructor, and let's log in as an administrator and see how things are working from the administrator point of view, right? I'm logged in as an administrator, and this is the user nav. Wow, it shows as an administrator. It shows like the admin profile, the admin route, like that, right? Okay, so you can see on the administrator dashboard under bookings, this is how the bookings show, right? It shows the completion status, right? This is completed. It's been marked by the instructor like it's completed. And also there are some things that you're able to see, like the token, the payment token, right? And also the earnings of instructor, as well as the administrator fee, right? Okay, then we can be able to see more details about that particular booking, just like that, right? And as usual, we are able to do all our sortings and our filters the way we want them, right? And also the time slots, right? So the time slots, we can be able to view them here as well. We can be able to see the time slots that have been added, right? In the updated version, these time slots won't be as many, because there will be a cron job that deletes any previous time slot, right? Exactly. So you can be able to see the time slots which are available, just like that. Perfect. And you are also be able to, you know, to do some filtering as well, right? Okay, then we can be able to see the instructor. This page we did it earlier on long back, right? Also, we're able to see the users and be able to change the user based on, to change their role, right? We can be able to change the arrow here, right? So this is basically everything with regards to the administrator dashboard, right? Make sure you update your code and you commit your code, right? So we are pretty much done with the application. The next thing we need to work on now is the notifications, right? So whenever a booking is placed, we're supposed to receive a notification if you're an instructor, right? To say there's a notification and we should be able to attend to it, right? So let's go ahead and implement that. I'm going to use a library called Knock, right? So there's their documentation on Knock, which is basically if you go to the knock.app, right, and their documentation, you can be able to, you know, get a quick start guide on how you can be able to implement Knock on your own application, right? So we are using Node.js under the hood, right? So we need to install two dependencies. For the SDK on the backend side of things, we need this package, right? We need this package here, this library here. So make sure you install npm install knock lab/node, right? And if you're using other, you know, programming languages, you can just choose, but this is a Node.js tutorial, right? Okay, so that's that for the back end side of things, for you to be able to handle you know, notifications, right, using Knock, right? So the other thing you need as well is when you're building your UI, you also need this library which is called Knock labs/react. So make sure you have those dependencies installed before you proceed. So you can see on my side I have Knock labs react as well as Knock labs node, right? Okay, so once you update that, you also need to update your .m file, right? You will need these variables here, which is next public node knock public key, right? And also feed channel ID and the secret. And for that, you can be able to get it on your dashboard. So when you go on the Knock, when you register on Knock, you'll be assigned a dashboard, and on that dashboard, if you navigate to integrations, this is the starting point, right? Navigation or integrations, you can be able to create a channel. So this is how we do it on Knock, right? First of all, you go on your dashboard under integrations, then you can create a new channel, right? So I'm just going to quickly create a new channel. It's going to be an in-app application, right? So we're going to be sending notifications within the app, right? There are some other, you know, notifications that you can use. You can either send emails, right, or you can send push notifications, or you can actually send SMSs, or you can simply use a chat, right, like your Discord and all other things, right? And of course you can also have like webhooks, right? For ours, select in app, and it's a Knock app. Once you select that, then you can just say next, right? And you can just give it a name here, right? So for ourselves, we can just say Moto V2 version 2. If you want to put descriptions, you can go ahead and do that. Then I'll just go ahead and say create, right? Once you create, then you can be able to see your channel that you have created here, right? And make sure you copy this channel ID. That's the one that you're going to use in your project that you put here as a channel ID on this case, right? So instead it as a channel ID there, right? Cool, perfect, right? Then let's proceed to go to the next step. So once you have that, so everything now is just basically configured, development as well as production, right? That is configured already. And you also now need API keys, right? So for you to get API keys and secrets, just click what says API keys, right? Then you can be able to copy the API keys, the secret as well as the public key, right? So if you copy the public key, then you come to env variables and you update your next public knock public API key as well as the secret, right? So once you update that, then we can proceed to the next step, right? So for you to be able to send notifications on Knock, you need to now go where it says workflows. You need to create a workflow, right? So a workflow, it's just like you can have some triggers, right, to say once you trigger that, once you trigger a certain workflow, then you can be able to send notifications, right? So you go on workflows. This is the one for the already working app, so we can create a new one and say create workflow, and you can say the name of the workflow, booking added, just like that. The rest we're gonna leave it like that, right? Exactly like that, and say create. Cool. Once you say create, you're gonna be directed to an overview section, right, for that particular. Then you just need to that's the booking added, right? Then you need now to configure the steps whereby when you click on this trigger, what will happen, right? So for ourselves, I just clicked where it says trigger, and we need to click on the first step of what will happen, right? So on the first step here, at the first step, we need to trigger an in-app notification, right? So let me click that where it says in-app. Then I'll select the application, the channel that I'm going to use. I'm going to use Moto V2, just like that, right? So whenever we trigger, we need this channel to send messages, send notifications, right? Then what message do you want to send, right? You can edit here where it says message template. You can edit that. So here you can just describe now like what exactly you would like to what kind of a message you would like to send to your recipients, right? So for us, we can say, hey, Dimaol, first name, if there's a first name with this icon here. Then you can say perhaps a new booking has been added, just like that. So this is the message that you want to send, right? And it will appear like this, right? Then we can hit save, just like that, right? Once we hit save, just like that, we now need to go back, right? Go back to our workflow. We need to commit the changes, right? So we need to commit now to development. So these are all changes that we have entered on this particular channel, right? These are all the changes, right? So we can just say commit to development, right? Once that is done, yeah, that's pretty much it. Then once that is done, then we can simply go back now to our application, right? So we have our channel already added and the triggers and the workflows already set up here, right? Then let's quickly now go to our code and update our code, right? So when we go to our code, I'm going to close this now. We don't need it. Then we need to change here where it says theme provider. It's not going to be only the theme provider which is available here, but rather we're going to have providers. So we need to change this name from just being a theme provider. We just need to rename it, and let's say providers, just like that, providers. And we need to update the code inside, right? We need to update the code inside. So everything else is perfect, right? Everything else is perfect. Let's quickly take a look at the documentation for our UI using Nock. So to build, there's that documentation for you building our UI. So we're going to select React because we're using React here. We need this package to install this package. We've done that already, right? So there are guidelines of how you can be able to set up your notifications here, right? If you want to see your notifications or your messages, right? So I've already done that for you. So let's come back again now and populate our let's come back, and so I'm just gonna say yes here, theme provider. I'm just gonna say yes for now, right? So let's update this code, right? Let's update the whole of this code, right? Like that, right? So we have renamed it to providers instead of saying theme provider, right? And take note of what we have just done here, right? We actually have this, right? We are importing these functions, these providers, right, from Nock Labs React, and also we are importing the CSS styling, right, from Nock Labs React as well, right? So this is the update that you need to do, and make sure you have your themes provider, and also inside you can have notifications provider, which in this case is called Nock provider. Yeah, you can have your toaster here, right? Toaster component here, right? Just like that. So make sure you update your code to be exactly like this. And then let's go into our layout. Instead of saying theme provider, it's no longer theme provider, it's just basically providers, right? So we need to change here to be providers, just like that, which means this name is always changing to be providers, just like that. And we hit save, and everything should be working perfectly from here, right? So how are we sending our notifications, right? Let's look into that, right? Just make sure that you also have a user ID, because we actually need that user ID in terms of us being able to send notifications, right? You're going to see where are we using this user ID in a moment, right? So make sure you update your layout as well. Make sure it's in a sync function, and make sure you pass in a user ID that you're getting from the currently logged in user, right? Just like that. Okay, perfect. Right, so in terms of how we are sending out notifications, we just want to deal with one instance where we can be able to send notifications. So we need to be able to send notifications as soon as someone is paid for the lesson, right? And as a user, you pay for your lessons and you hit book, right? Once you hit book and pay, right, a notification should be sent to an instructor to say there is a booking that has been made by this person, right? Just to inform the instructor, like there's a booking actually that currently happened, right? So in the future versions, there are going to be a lot of notifications, like we can send an email notification to a user to say your time for your lesson is about to start. We can also send a notification to an administrator letting them know, like actually there is someone who's actually available to participate, or any other notifications that you want to send, right? So in that case, let me go now to the actions inside pay, and we need to modify code from here, right? Okay, so the code that we need to modify there is just exactly like this, right? I'm gonna just paste it now there so that we can be able to work with it, right? Okay, good. Right, so we need to get the instructor ID, right? We need to get so first of all we need recipients. That's basically if you are following the guideline that we have on getting started here, right? Started with knock. There's a guideline that shows that we need recipients that are able to receive the notification, right? So those recipients in our case will be instructors, right? Okay, so we are assuming that this particular user is actually booking lessons from multiple instructors, right? So in this case, we're just gonna say our recipients will be our instructors, right? Okay, so let me just collect the code and make it available for you just right now. Okay, cool. So let's go just here in our actions, in our pay, right? And let's update just like that. Okay, so we need a list of recipients where we can be able to send notifications to, right? And those recipients are actually the instructors, right? So we are actually finding the instructors with this code here, right? Once we get those instructors, right, based on the instructors that have been provided by the person booking here, right, by the person booking, based on those instructors, we are finding if those instructors are actually available, and we make sure like we update our recipients array, right? And those recipients, if there is maybe like 5 instructors, then if a booking has been made to 5 instructors, then we should be able now to trigger this booking, right? So in our case, we say booking added, right? On our workflows, said booking added, right? So I'm just using my previous project that I just made. I'm going to trigger this booking placed, right? And the recipients is actually the instructors, and the collection is under users, right? So this is the whole code that we need here, right? If you follow the documentation, it will tell you exactly how you can, build something like this, right? So you can see here actually we need a knock instance, right? So just on top of our code, what we need to do, we now need to create a client, or we need to import an instance of NOC, right? So we need to have a NOC from NOC Labs. So this is on our back end now. So we need to import NOC from NOC Labs React, and we create an instance of NOC here, and we say const NOC equals new NOC. Then we need the secret key, right? And once that is set, I'm going now to log in both as an instructor and a regular user, and let's try out this notification and see if it's working, right? All right, before we run to test our notifications, one thing you just need to do is to replace the code that is in the notify button, right? Replace it and actually use this button that we get from NOC Labs React, right? So just update your code to be exactly as mine, just like that, right? Perfect. And you can make use of a button, which is this one that we get from NOC Labs React. So once you update that, it's already included in the header as well as in the dash header. It's already included, right? So make sure you update that, right? So once you update that, then let's go now and test our code, right? So in terms of testing our code, I'm actually logged in as a user on this left side and as an instructor on the right side, right? So remember, we are only testing one aspect of sending notifications within our application, right? I want to be able to place a booking as a user, and as soon as I'm done that, then the notification should be seen on the instructor side, right? So the instructor should receive a notification to say, hey, a notification has been placed, right? So let's take a look at our button. You can see if I toggle on it, if I click on it, you can see this nice drop down that we're seeing here, right? So this is provided actually by NOC Labs, right? Okay, cool. So let's go and select a date. I selected the 11th, right? And on the 11th, I selected the lesson type to be driving. Then I'm just going to select these 2 time slots, and I'm going to hit book driving, right? So it's been added to my basket, and if I go to my basket, I should be able to see that there is actually an item there, right? And I can pay by card, and I agree to the amount here. Then I can pay by card. Then I'll just simply add my name there. Then I add the successful card number, the number that allows us to be to proceed with the payment. Then I'll select a year. Then I'll put the CVC number just like that, and I'll hit pay, right? So once I hit pay, under the hood everything is going to be cooking, right? And I should be directed to the user bookings, right? And once the notifications have been sent, I should be able to see a notification. You can see immediately there's a notification that pops up on this other side, right? And if I check on that notification, I can see this particular person, he has placed a new booking. You can view bookings on your portal. So as an instructor, I should be able now to go to the bookings portal and be able to check this what do you call it, this booking that has been placed, right? So if we have to check the name, this is actually the name of the person that is placed an order, which is actually this one exactly, right? So that's our notification, right? So if you go to our bookings, we should be able to see that booking as well, right? Then these notifications, we actually need to show them now as a message here as well. So we can do the same to show a message component. We can get it from NOC as well, so we should be able to show it here, right? So let's see what we have as our booking, and also let's populate this side of an instructor so that we can be able to showcase the notifications as a message already, right? Okay, let's go ahead and do that. All right, so I've done some updates on the portal route as well as on the user route, right? I just included a route called messages inside, right? Messages, and inside each and every page, this is what we just rendering, right? It's just a notifications component, And it's easy because in our components common folder we've got this, and we just get everything from knock, right? So we're just returning that, and we're using this as a reusable component. So we just export this and we use it in any other space that we want to use, so that we can be able to show notifications as a message, right? Then if I have to go on my UI, this is the user side of things. You can see user portal, and I can be able to see the notifications and the messages route, just like that, right? And also if I have to look at the instructor side of things, you can see like all the notifications will be able to be shown here, right? Exactly. So there's a lot that you can do with this library. It's a great library to use, right? So that's it with regards to our application, and it's pretty much done, right? So let's see if we can be able to run npm build and see if it can be deployed, right? Good. All right, I run an npm build on my terminal, right? So I stopped the development server and I just run npm build, and you can see everything is built successfully like this, right? But you might experience an issue if you run npm build for the first time. You'll get this error that says untrusted host. Host must be trusted, right? Make sure you update your environmental variables file to actually include this auth_url, and make sure you put the URL of your application. Currently I'm localhost, so I just put auth_url just like that, right? If you update that, then run npm build again, right? Npm build again, you should have a compiled successful compilation like this, and you should be able to start your server on your local machine, right? So we can see now on this on the local machine, and our server is running well, right? We can see here on our local machine our server is running well, and because we're running the production code, the code for production, right? You can see it's even more faster when we navigate to different pages, right? So we can see everything is pretty much working fine the way we're supposed to work. This is our dashboard, and that's basically our application, right? Okay, so once you're done with that, make sure you commit your code, right? Thank you for watching this video, and I really appreciate your support. There are so many ways where you can support me. You can buy me a coffee. There's a link for buy a coffee there. You can just go on my GitHub and just give me a star and support me on the upcoming projects, right? Your support is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.